which such options are incompatible to obtain simultaneously. However, the option between two incompatible circumstances is insufficient for a paradox. The second condition is the overdetermination of the propositions we are choosing from in the dilemma. In other words, it seems that all options in such a dilemma have to be simultaneously true to qualify as a paradox. So let's concretize this. Let's look into an example of a paradox. One that is very familiar to us would be the Liar paradox. But let's first look into this generic structure of what the paradox looks like. So it might have a premise where we have an incompatible set of propositions. Then we have an assertion of both premises. And finally, we are led to a paradoxical conclusion. That is at least assuming that P and Q here are incompatible. Okay, so let's look into one of the examples of a paradox. So I think this is all familiar to us, the Liar paradox. The Liar sentence is an example of a paradox. So consider the statement L. L states that the sentence L is false. Now, we can map out the entailment relations from L in the following way. First, we can say that if L is true, then L is false. Second, if we assert that L is false, then we are asserting that L is true. Now, following this line of reasoning, we can conclude that L is both true and false. In this case, all of our possible solutions, or options rather, in the statement are overdetermined. Okay, so Eldridge Smith highlights that idea. In a paradox, we don't only have a dilemma, we also have the overdetermination of the propositions within that dilemma. Now, there are dilemmas that don't qualify as a paradox. The truth teller is one that is distinct from a Liar paradox, is one example of a dilemma that does not qualify as a paradox. So consider the following statement. So the statement is, this sentence is true. If this sentence is true, then it is true. If it is false, then it is false. So the dilemma then would be a choice between whether it is true or it is false. And there seems to be no problem with that. But we have to ask, which one is it? Is it true or is it false? To Eldridge Smith, the answer would be not very simple, precisely because we do not have a hint regarding the whereabouts of the truth maker of such a proposition. And so, the truth value of the sentence is left underdetermined. Okay, we have a dilemma, is it true or is it false? But we don't have a means to have a justified answer as to whether it is actually true or whether it is false. Eldridge Smith classifies the truth teller as a hypodox rather than a paradox. Okay, so according to Eldridge Smith, when we classify the Liar sentence as leading to a paradox, we can appropriately call the truth teller statement as leading to a hypodox. A dilemma whose propositions are overdetermined is a paradox, while a dilemma whose propositions are underdetermined leads us to a hypodox. Now, notice that a hypodox does not pose the same threat that a paradox offers. In a paradox, we are forced to admit both the incompatible circumstances, provided the given principles that allow us to accept them. These given principles can be in the form of inferential rules, which would inevitably lead us to conclude both incompatible propositions. So in hypodoxes, however, we are not entitled to accept any. And since we are not entitled to accept both of the incompatible circumstances, a contradiction is absent. Okay? So that is not to say that this resolves the dilemma. This merely avoids inconsistencies. Okay? So Eldridge Smith proposes that one relatively unpopular way of resolving a paradox is through diffusing it into hypodox. If we can do away with the overdetermination of the possible circumstances in a given dilemma, then the paradox would be resolved. But that does not mean, again, that the dilemma is resolved. He utilizes the word diffusing to show that paradoxes are explosive entities that can be diffused, but we do not do away with the dilemma. So the method of diffusing a paradox begins with the identification of the overdetermined propositions in a given dilemma. And hereafter, we qualify which of the granted principles in judging a specific sentence can be justifiably excluded. So once accomplished, the next step is to qualify the propositions as underdetermined. Okay? So by diffusing a paradox into a hypodox, we are still left with the choice between two incompatible circumstances. That is, we still have a dilemma. But diffusing these paradoxical dilemmas into hypodoxes can maintain consistency. Yet, there's nonetheless almost always an unresolved dilemma. So actually, Eldridge Smith would classify this method or qualify this method as a minimal step. It does not fully resolve the dilemma. It merely avoids inconsistencies. So with those things established, perhaps we are now in a position to examine whether such a hypodoxical method for resolving paradoxes can be applied to the ineffability paradox. Now, to apply such a method, some things are in order. So the first task is to lay down the formal language that we will be utilizing. They should avoid ambiguities along the way. The second task is to formulate the formal structure of the ineffability paradox. This will make it easier to see whether such granted principles lead us to the overdetermination of the truth values of the ineffability thesis. The third task is to pinpoint which among the given principles leads us to a paradoxical dilemma in the ineffability paradox. And finally, the fourth task is to restrict such given principles to avoid an inconsistent conclusion from the ineffability thesis. Once all of these are accomplished, we might have a possible hypodoxical diffusion of the ineffability paradox. Now, to remain consistent with Eldridge Smith's method, we are utilizing his language for analyzing hypodoxes. So he calls this language one-plich, which stands for first-order predicate logic with identity, a truth predicate, canonical names, and hypodoxes. So essentially, we are constrained for now with making use of truth predicates and maintaining the identity of canonical names to ensure valid inferences from our line of reasoning. So to Eldridge Smith, maintaining this language rids us of any formal fallacies that often occur whenever logicians are analyzing the Lyra paradox. So for now, we stick with this formal language for analysis. Now, we can start already thinking about the ineffability paradox. So we first examine the ineffability thesis. As such, we can utilize predicate logic. We utilize I phi to represent I is ineffable. So phi represents anything. It's the subject, and I is the predicate is ineffable. Now, we can then follow the line of reasoning that leads to the ineffability paradox. So you can see the first premise here is essentially the premise that states that if phi is ineffable, then phi can actually be described by at least one attribute, that it is ineffable. Premise 2 can be saying that if phi can be described by at least one attribute, then it is false that phi is ineffable. Now, we can also add an instance of what Eldridge Smith calls the canonical truth schema. So it says that it is true that it is false that phi is ineffable is equivalent to it is false that phi is ineffable. So, so far so good. Now, the proponents of the hypodox method would say that the root cause of most paradoxes occur in the following move by virtue of the principle of identity elimination. Okay, so it is true that phi is ineffable if and only if it is false that phi is ineffable. Now, this identity elimination is seen to be problematic in trying to look into the Lyra sentences or the Lyra paradox. But the question is, does that apply also to the ineffability paradox? Now, hereafter, we can assert the ineffability thesis. We can say that phi is ineffable. Of course, we have to say that to begin the ineffability paradox. Then from there, following that reasoning, we are led to the conclusion that phi is both ineffable and not ineffable. Now, to our mind, this is at least a possible formal way of representing the... we mentioned a while ago that hypodoxes are diffused, or paradoxes are diffused into hypodox by looking into some of the granted principles and restricting them. Now, a way to resolve a paradox is by analyzing it alongside the Lyra paradox. In Eldridge Smith's work, he looked into the solutions to the liar paradox by looking at its dual. So perhaps we can do the same with the ineffability paradox. The aim here is to look for possible principles that lead to the overdetermination of the propositional values of those involved in the dilemma. So, since we have the truth teller as the dual for the liar, we stipulate that we can have the describability thesis as the dual for the ineffability thesis. Now, this thesis can simply be stated as phi, whatever phi is describable. So, similar to the ineffability paradox, we can begin with the implications of the describability thesis, but we shall see that in the argument presented for the describability thesis, there are two instantiations of the same thesis, one in premise 11, one in premise 13. Okay, so perhaps there is something wrong there. Again, one of which was the assumption that it's true, right? And the other results from the consequence of identity elimination, the one we see in premise 13. Now, before we proceed, we can question whether this describability thesis actually poses a hypodox. Because in the truth teller statement, we have a hypodox. We don't know whether it is true or it is false that the sentence is true. Now, it seems that in this case, the describability thesis does not lead us to a hypodox. Okay? It is not like the truth teller, which lacks the presence of what makes a sentence true. The describability thesis, to our mind, is peculiar in that it is the truth maker of itself once it is uttered, and the mere utterance of the statement already makes it true. So, it is important to note that what we have here in the conclusion is not really a hypodoxical dilemma, precisely because we already have instances where the describability thesis is uttered at least 2 times. So nonetheless, this gives us the benefit of the doubt to the hypodox method. We can give the benefit of the doubt to the hypodox method. Okay, so for now, we can just perhaps trust that maybe we can find a way to diffuse the ineffability paradox by looking into what led to this premise, similar to what Eldridge Smith did with the truth teller. Okay, so we have seen that the consequence of identity elimination overdetermines the describability thesis. Perhaps the same principle overdetermines both the truth and falsity of the ineffability thesis. So in Eldridge Smith's work, he restricts the principle of identity elimination in the liar paradox to come up with the liar hypodox. Instead of having both the liar sentence is true and the liar sentence is false, we are left with the disjunction that is left underdetermined, which of the sentences is true. So the idea here is we want to do the same with the ineffability paradox. So we can maintain that all premises, all premises here, but we remove one premise. Okay, we remove the premise where we have the identity elimination. So we should be left with a conclusion that is a disjunction. Now, if we follow that, at least in the liar paradox, the proponent of the hypodox method should argue that there is no inconsistency to be seen. In other words, the result in the line of reasoning's conclusion should be understood as it is underdetermined whether it is true or it is false that phi is ineffable, or that phi or it is false that phi is ineffable. However, does it succeed in doing so? Well, we argue that it fails. To some of us, it might already be obvious why, but we want to spell out the problem further. Right. Thank you so much. Right. So perhaps we can wrap up some of the discussions here. So the formulated ineffability hypodox, to our mind, is nonetheless paradoxical. So this, to our mind, possibly reveals a potential weakness for the hypodox method as a universal solution for resolving paradoxes. So while the proponents of the hypodox method deem the truth teller as the liar paradox's dual, which avoids inconsistencies, it can nonetheless be shown that it in itself contains a paradox. One interesting paper is established by Alexandre Beall, where he mentioned that the structure of and the definition of the statements in a paradox should be confined to one fixed point as its object. Now, the import of Beall's argument is that if it is successful, then our guide to resolving paradoxes, that is through hypodoxes, is in itself paradoxical. it may lead us to view possible ways in which the latter hypodox is also paradoxical. In other words, it might not even be a partial solution to the paradox. Now, the problem in the attempt to construct an ineffability hypodox is more apparent than the one shown in Beall's argument. A while ago, we utilized the latter paradox analysis of the proponents of the hypodox method in diffusing contradictory conclusions. However, we nonetheless think that there is a crucial distinction between the latter paradox and the ineffability paradox. Although they both have self-referential properties that refer to themselves, so the ineffability paradox has a semantic value maker that is not absent when we look into its dual. So this is precisely shown when we looked into the describability thesis. And we mentioned that the describability thesis is different from the truth-teller hypodox. Now, we noted also that the truth-teller's line of reasoning is followed, and if we do that, we do not immediately have an answer to whether the sentence is in fact true. But this is different in the describability thesis. In such a thesis, the argument leads us to a determined result. That is, asserting that phi, NA phi, is describable immediately makes it true by virtue of itself being its immediate truth maker. And so, when we return to examine or to attempt to construct an ineffability hypodox, we nonetheless have a result that remains paradoxical. That is not merely because there are two possible fixed points, but because asserting the ineffability thesis immediately leads us to its rather falsity. So it does not say of itself that it is false. The consequence of its utterance is itself its false maker. And that is why merely restricting some principles does not work. We can nonetheless derive the contradiction from the argument because of the conditions shown in the two premises. So let me conclude with some of the insights that we've gathered so far. So one first insight is that our paper so far establishes one of the limits of the method of diffusing hypodoxes or paradoxes using hypodox. So perhaps there are linguistic expressions whose overdetermination of their semantic values extend beyond truth predicates. And we hope that this may spark additional discussions on the extent of the hypodox method. And secondly, it purports a layer of complexity to the ineffability thesis. So it might be the case that we can nonetheless assert that the ineffability thesis is always false in a given context of utterance, but true in another where it is not uttered. But these are mere speculations. It might be proposed that the ineffability thesis should not be confined to our standard analysis of semantic structure. So that concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for listening. I hope to hear from you. Thank you, Paul.
We have time for one question. Federico.
Yes, just a small point, but about the describability thesis, you say that just by stating it is true. I'm not that sure about it. So that says that something is describable means that you can say something true about it. So I don't see the basis of it. You're assuming that you can say something true about it. You're not proving it. But of course you can say something, you can refer about it. And that provides a basis for saying that it is true. But it's not the same as saying that just by stating it makes it true. You see my point?
I'm sorry, I can't understand. The audio is a bit muffled. Can you repeat that again? I am very sorry.
Yes, you say that just by stating that something is describable, it makes it true. But something is describable means, for what I understand, that you can say something true about it. I don't see why just stating it, that something you can say something true about it, makes it true that you can say something true about it. But of course, it is true anyways because you can refer to it, okay, and that makes it true. But it's not the same as saying it. Just by stating it, you say something true about it.
Is the question regarding the describability thesis? I'm very sorry, it's a bit muffled on my end.
Yes. Do I? One more time. I try one more time. So,
Thank you so much.
saying that something is describable means that saying that you can say something true about it. No. So just stating that you can say something true about it does not make it true that you can say something true about it. Okay. So stating that something is describable.
Give an example of that.
Does not make it true. Of course, you can. This is the describability statement is true anyway, because either you can refer to it, you can say something true about it, or something false about it, and that makes it true. But it's not just the same as saying that just by stating that something is describable makes it describable.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much for that. Well, to our mind, while we were thinking about the describability thesis, we thought that we divided between the subject and the predicate. The subject is phi, and the predicate is describable. So, perhaps to simplify, we're thinking that if there's at least one attribute that we can say about phi, then it immediately makes it describable, which makes the whole statement true. But I'm wondering how there are cases in which saying that phi is describable leads to falsity. Because the ineffability thesis, to our mind, is grounded on the idea that stating itself leads already to a contradiction. Yeah, so I hope I understood the question correctly, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Thank you.
Let's thank Kurt one more time.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just share the screen. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put this.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, should I try start?
Just 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a pleasure to introduce Paula Fontana, who's giving us a talk on Abductivism, paradoxes, and paraconsistency.
Thank you. Today the aim would be to make some methodological considerations on some arguments that defend paraconsistent approach to logic by invoking semantic paradoxes. And in trying to raise these methodological issues, I will assume an Abductivist standpoint. So the plan is first to recall the Abductivist thesis, say what Abductivism is, very briefly, and then I will move to some arguments. Then I will consider two arguments for paraconsistency that invoke semantic paradoxes, and two arguments that I took from the Priest in Contradiction and a paper by Beall. And then I will move to an argument given by Williamson against the choice of a non-classical logic on abductive basis, invoking semantic paradoxes. And finally, I will consider the strategies available to the paraconsistent logicians to reply to such arguments. So Abductivism is the view that the view about logic that we should consider logics as theories to be evaluated and compare with respect to how well they perform on objective criteria, so the same criteria that are used in science to evaluate scientific theories, so adequacy of evidence, simplicity, strength, elegance, maybe non-adoptness, and so on. And on the basis of such a comparison, we make a choice of the theory that that is more virtuous, that has the most of these features and less of the vices, presumably. So the idea is that theory choice in logic works the same way it works in science, so it follows the abductive method. So even this abductivist framework, my question was whether, how Abductivism can support for a consistent logic, and more specifically in particular, what should be the role of paradoxes in an abductive argument. And so a possible way to defend the paraconsistent approach from invoking semantic paradoxes is to point out that the existing standard solutions have flaws, are defective, and because they are docs, they don't have independent motivation other than trying to solve the paradoxes. Or they face extended paradox, so they actually don't solve the problem. Or they impose restrictions on the language to the effect that they limit its expressive power. So this suggests that in some way the paradoxes should not be solved, and this speaks in favor of a paraconsistent treatment of the paradoxes. Now, before turning to Williamson's arguments against the semantic paradoxes, I would consider another argument, which is the Beall symbol argument for FD, which is, we can say, it relies on two main assumptions. One is about the role of logic as a universal closure relation. So the idea is that logic is supposed to be used in all our theories to derive all the consequences of the theory's claims, and so it is used to complete the theories with all its consequences that are derived just with the logical vocabulary. And this vocabulary is supposed to be neutral, so logic is not supposed to make specific claims about any phenomenon, because it is supposed to be used in topic-specific theories. And for this reason, logical consequence is not sufficient as a closure relation to obtain topic-specific results. And we usually further closure relations on top of logic are used. So that it is Beall's point. Another assumption on which the other assumption on which the argument relies is that there are what he calls puzzling phenomena or strange phenomena, which include semantic paradoxes. And this phenomena strongly suggests that there are gaps and lacks in the truth values of the sentences, and since there are some theories that address these phenomena like this, so paradoxes or even of vagueness, and since these theories are closed under logical consequence, this means that we should choose a subclassical logic, and specifically because Kerzenglab clearly challenged some principles of classical logic. So, given the role of logic and given the existence of such phenomena, we should go subclassical. And among the options FD, so first degree entailment, is the best choice because it allows for gaps and gluts. And so it accommodates more theories with respect to other rival accounts that are subclassical as well. In particular, it compares FD to Strong-Klini and the logic of paradox, each one admitting gaps and not gluts, or vice versa. And so FD is presented as the most balanced view. So before making some comments on Beall's view, I would turn to Williamson's argument that I mentioned before. So given the Abductivist view, semantic paradoxes he acknowledges that they can be regarded as a sort of evidence that suggests that a non-classical logic would be correct. But nonetheless, if we consider an overall adaptive evaluation of the logical theories, then still classical logic is the best choice. If we consider the evidence that is provided by its application in extra-logical contexts, so in scientific theories, for example. The point is that if we reject some classical principle, then we invalidate the derivations that we are able to make in these theories. And so we cannot obtain those consequences that we derive and that are independently confirmed then. And so if we reject some principle of classical logic, then we have a loss in terms of explanatory power because we cannot explain why these principles are applied successfully. And so the non-classical logician who wants to obtain the same results has to reintroduce some instance of the principle as an extra assumption in a specific theory. And Williamson's point is that this move is ad hoc because the principle is not generally accepted, so it doesn't follow straightforwardly from the non-classical theory. And so the non-classical logician is charged with ad hocness. And this clearly means a loss in terms of simplicity, which is one of the abductive virtues that we expect from a theory. Because adding extra assumptions clearly complicates the theory. Now, I would consider the possible replies from the classical logician, who's precisely the paraconsistent logician. One is Beall, who replies to the argument from the point of view of FD theorists, clearly. And he points out that from the point of view of FD, the classical principles that are rejected are not rejected as invalid as a logical principle. They are just ascribed to a topic-specific theory, so they are not part of the closure relation. And this is because this is justified by him appealing to this role of logic as a universal closure relation. So as such, logic should be concerned just with the logical vocabulary and should be neutral on other topics. Now, my point about Beall's reply is that this seems to be arguing from a different methodological perspective from Williamson, even if it doesn't make it explicit. And in particular, there are some features of Beall's view that seem to be at least in tension with Abductivism. So I say that because he points out that logic should be concerned with the logical vocabulary, but on one of the reasons for which FD is chosen as the best logic is that negation doesn't receive any characterization but from that which characterizes the interaction with the other connectives. And this is a virtue of FD with respect to they make it preferable to other accounts, And he points out that the fact that there aren't such constraints is a more natural view than the other classical views. So the fact that there is a lack and absence of claims about a connective is seen as an advantage. On the other hand, also Beall argues that logic shouldn't make claims about whether truth behaves exhaustively or exclusively. It should just leave the possibilities open, the possibility of glads and guts open. And but the point here is that as long as the truth conditions clearly concern the logical vocabulary, logic should be concerned with claims of this kind. So it's something on which logic doesn't seem to be neutral. So it should take a stance instead of simply leaving the possibility open. So on the other hand, Abductivism is supposed to provide a method for theory choice. And I emphasize theory choice because the point is that it presupposes that the competitors, each one is coming with certain theoretical commitments, so it's not neutral. So each logic should have a certain theoretical content that is completely rival to the others, and we don't have this in Beall's picture of logic. So I think that his argument for FTE doesn't seem to be an abductive argument. Now, another way to go could be for the paraconsistent logician to appeal to the enclosure schema as a way to point out that there is a common structure behind different paradoxes. It's applied to paradoxes of self-reference, but also the sororities paradox fits the schema. And I won't quote from the details, but basically if we have a set and a function that applies to subset of the set, and that these transcendence enclosure conditions are met, then we obtain an inconsistency. So the idea behind is that this suggests that there are paradoxes of the same kind, and therefore there should be a single solution. But since there isn't a single solution that works for all of them, this again suggests that we should adopt a paraconsistent treatment. So why do I point out that a paraconsistent abductivist logician should point to the enclosure schema? I thought it was interesting because it invokes more evidential support than simply the semantic paradoxes, which are the target of Williamson's argument. So his point is that semantic paradoxes are just a linguistic phenomenon, so they are not sufficient as a reason to choose a non-classical logic. And moreover, it clearly strikes us for its unifying power, so to speak, and because it captures just one single structure behind what seems to be different phenomena. So still some concern to this strategy could be raised. In particular, of course, as a formal schema, the enclosure schema doesn't capture the specific features of the notions involved in each paradox, which might be relevant in an argument against the classical account. And moreover, the classical logician, the Abductivist classical logician, who is not convinced that there is, who doesn't think that there is a substantial phenomenon behind the paradoxes, might not agree, might not be convinced that we are increasing the evidence in support of our non-classical logic. In particular, it might take the enclosure schema as a simple procedure to obtain inconsistencies independently of whether the notions involved are essentially inconsistent. And so possible direction to take would be to address each paradox separately, so to look at each paradox as an isolated case, as a different case. So in the insight, it's that we should emphasize that the differences between the paradox and the interesting phenomena that in some way forces us to accept that there are gaps for independent reasons, rather than focusing on the on a shared common structure. And another point would be to focus on a material characterization of the paradoxes, so on the content of each paradox. And this I pointed out because there are actually some classical proposals that emphasize this approach. I mentioned Cher because she defends the Gaskian solution to the layer paradox by arguing from what she takes to be some fundamental features of truth. So the thought here was that a non-classical account should consider that there are some proposals and propose an alternative that tries to make the same effort of focusing on the material aspect of the paradoxes. And from the adductive point of view, given that we are concerned with the adequacy to evidence criteria, that would be more effective. And so that was it, and these are my reference. Thank you for listening.
We can still keep it for questions. Do we have questions? Camilo, then Elio, then Anthony.
Hi, thanks for the talk. About the ad hocness of the non-classical strategy of adopting certain instances of classical principles, there are two considerations that may be relevant here. First, that the procedure to select those instances may not be entirely ad hoc because there may be principles guiding that selection. So, for instance, a complete logician could want to endorse all instances of excluded middle that are grounded in Kripke's sense, and this is something that has been defended. And another consideration is that the classical logician could also be accused of making some ad hoc decisions because many classical theories of truth, for instance, assume some instances of transparency. And so the classical logician needs also to take decisions concerning which instances of transparency are okay to embrace and which are not. So there seems to be some symmetry in the positions in a situation. Thanks.
Oh, okay. No, yes, I agree. The ad hocness point was one among Williamson's argument. I think that I don't know what we would say about that. Maybe we would consider the fact like the basis on which we choose some instances that you mentioned. I don't know if we would consider them like part of the logical theory. Maybe that it depends on what we include among the commitments of the logical theory. So I don't know what you would say, but I mean, for me it makes sense. And also, yes, the darkness is a problem even for the classical account. In the classical solutions, it's sometimes it's not always that they are definitely motivated. Yeah, so I don't have much to add.
I had a question about Beall's argument for FDE, because it seems to rely on the premise that something like FDE is the good is a good logic to make sense of certain theories that think that there are gluts or gaps. And I think, I mean, well, one can grant that if one is a dialectist, for example, then the best logic to evaluate what the consequences of dialecticism are is some paraconsistent logic, maybe FTE, but I don't think that shows that the correct logic is FTE. It's just the logic that we should use in evaluating the commitments of certain theories. But then if we think that these theories are wrong, then that doesn't give the fact that the correct logic to make sense of these theories is a certain logic doesn't give a strong reason for thinking that these logic are the logic that describe what is valid or not. And one thing is what is valid, simplicity, and another thing is what's the logic that is best to make sense of a certain theory that might well be a very wrong theory. So at best, the connection is that the right theory, the logic that is good for that theory is going to be at least part of the true logic. I see that connection, but the logic that is good for any theory, then it means that that's a valid logic, that's the true logic. Seems that doesn't seem warranted.
Thanks. No, yes, I mean, it defends FDE on the basis of like the fact that it's more balanced with respect to, we have both gluts and gaps. So it's, for this reason, at the beginning, it seemed interesting to me, starting from the Abductivist perspective, because the considerations that it makes at first seems to be considerations of elegance or simplicity or something like that. But yes, it doesn't specifically say which theories, for which theories motivate the choice of FD. It simply mentions that there are strange phenomena or and so on. At least when he in those papers where he appeals to when he develops the simple argument. So it's not motivated by the fact that it's adequate for some specific theories of vagueness or other theories about dazzling phenomena and so on. Yeah.
Thanks. It's not on. Okay. Is it? Okay, never mind. Just every time something about me. So I guess my question's related to Ilya's, and I kind of just wanted to know what you think about like Abductivism and paradoxes and paraconsistency when it comes to the issue of monism versus pluralism. Just because it kind of seems like maybe like an Abductivist way of characterizing theory choice makes more sense if when it comes to accounting for paraconsistent or paradoxical phenomena, if you're a logical pluralist, right? Because you might want to say like, oh, LP has all of these abductive considerations in favor of adopting it with respect to the domain of paradoxical phenomena, this and that, rather than sort of like, so local theory choice versus global theory choice, and whether like pluralism strengthens the sort of abductivist approach to or an abductivist inference to paraconsistent logic, or what do you think of that?
No, sorry, can you repeat? I got confused.
Yeah, sorry.
No, sorry, it's me.
I was asking if sort of what the relation that you see here between abductivism as a way to characterize theory choice as helping the paraconsistent logician, like what, like, is the relation between that issue and sort of whether that person arguing for paraconsistent logic is a monist or a pluralist about?
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, I mean, personally I think that Abductivism, at least if we are flexible on what can count as evidence, can give reasons for logical pluralism. But how it relates to in a sense, it can be applied to the monist pluralist thesis, because we can apply it not just to the choice of the logic as theories, but even to the case of we have more evidence that suggests that pluralism is correct, so at a higher level, so to speak. And I think that one way in which this is relevant is that, for example, with respect to Beall's argument, it suggests that there are that not every theory, not every conception of logic, every view can be combined with abductivism. So at least it says it excludes some views and picks up others. I don't know if in that sense, I guess it can help to decide whether we can choose more than a theory or just one or something like that. I don't know if it was confusing or clear. Yeah. But thanks for the question, and we can continue the discussion.
Let's thank Pablo. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and we will be back at 10:53. Just 15 minutes from now. You do the count.
Great. Can I show you what I I think it was short.
Hello, hello. Okay, here. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Okay. Hello, hello.
Just double checking, there's no echo in the live stream.
All good?
All good?
Yep, all good.
Perfect. You need to wear the two things. It's a pleasure. Or should we wait? It's not a pleasure yet. We're still missing a lot of people. It's my pleasure to introduce Kamila Galubic. She's going to give a talk on two aspects of ungroundedness.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and everything. Well, I will talk about two aspects of ungroundedness. One of these aspects is results from Kripke's treatment of the notion, and the other from Yablo's treatment of the notion. So, there's a very simple semantic rule for a language like the language for the first order language for piano arithmetic that says that the true or falsity of an statement like 2 equals 2 is grounded in whether the pair that has two occurrences of 2 is in the extension or the anti-extension of the identity predicate. If the pair is in the extension, we say that the statement is true. And if it belongs to the anti-extension, we say that the statement is false. Something similar happens when we add to a language a truth predicate. We can say that the truth or the falsity of a statement that says that 2 equals 2 is true is grounded in whether the statement 2 equals 2 is in the extension or the anti-extension of the truth predicate. If the statement belongs to the extension, we say that its truth predication is true. If the statement belongs to the anti-extension, we say that the statement is false. So this idea generalizes to statements with many iterations of the truth predicate. In Kripke's words, there's no reason to suppose that all statements involving true will become decided in this way, but most will. Indeed, our suggestion is that the grounded sentences can be characterized as those which eventually get a truth value in this process. So the process of grounded can be described from two different perspectives. In the outline, Kripke provides an explanation of the process that
draws on the way in which a complex statement inherits its truth value or inherits its meaning from simpler statements. One of the most attractive aspects of Kripke's theory, or the inheritance aspect of grounding, is that it serves to provide a metalinguistic characterization of the sentences of a formal language in terms of their semantic behavior. We can separate the statements of the language at least into 3 different sets. One set stands for the grounded statements, other set stands for the paradoxical statements, and a third set stands for hypodoxical statements. Whereas grounded statements illustrate the way in which the theory can safely attribute truth to sentences, paradoxical and hypodoxical statements illustrate the way in which the theory can trivially or arbitrarily attribute truth to sentences. Trivially in the case of paradoxes, arbitrarily in the case of hypodoxes. In another paper in Truth, Dependence, and Paradox, Yablo provides an alternative explanation of the process that shows the way in which the meaning of a complex statement depends on simpler statements. This account yields characterizations of the notions of groundedness and paradoxicality that stand on equal footing to those provided by Kripke. But one limitation that affects the proposal is that it remains silent on the semantic status of statements that are neither grounded nor paradoxical. So the aim of the talk will be to address this limitation. So first, in point 2, I will present the dependence-based construction. Then in 3, I will provide semantic characterizations of the relevant notions. And to conclude, I will state that those characterizations stand on equal footing to those provided by Kripke's theory of truth. Okay, to begin, I will settle some technical preliminaries. I will work with the language of piano arithmetic with its usual signature. L true will be the result of adding to the language of piano arithmetic a truth predicate. I will assume a fixed canonical Gödel numbering for L true expressions, and I will follow the usual practice of writing phi between corner quotes for the Gödel code, for the numeral of the Gödel code of the formula phi. That is a name for phi. The official logical constants of this language will be negation, conjunction, and existential quantifier. Okay, since Tarski's work on truth, we know that not every interpretation of a language containing a truth predicate is adequate. So here I will rely on partial models. These models are structures of this form in which the first element of the structure is the standard model for the language of piano arithmetic, and the second element is a set that will serve as an interpretation for the truth predicate. I will define a set U called the universe that is a set of pairs such that the first element of the pair is a statement and the second is a truth value in that set. So 1 for truth and 0 stands for false. Each of these pairs will be called a fact, and the interpretation S will be a set of facts included in this universe. So in Kripke's theory, we can say, for instance, that the set of statements whose truth fact is in the set S is the extension of the truth predicate, and the set of the statements whose truth false fact is in S is the anti-extension of the predicate. So interpretations of this kind yields partial interpretations in the sense that it may be the case that for some statements, neither the true fact associated to it nor the false fact associated to it is in S. To obtain partial valuations from partial models, I will rely on the strong linear evaluation scheme. This is just for the fineness. The notation n models phi is intended to mean that phi is true in the model according to the strong linear evaluation scheme. Kripke's idea is to define a sequence of interpretations in which each interpretation in this sequence extends all the ones that came before. So I will call the entire sequence Q, and more precisely, Q will be a collection of subsets of the universe such that the empty set is in this sequence, and the union of any increasing sequence of members of Q is also in Q. Okay. To extend this interpretation to generate this sequence, Kripke defined a jump operation that goes from elements of Q to elements of Q. And the operation is such that when applied to an interpretation, it returns the set of true facts such that the model makes the associated statement true, union the set of false facts such that the model makes the negation of the associated statement true. The operator is monotone in the sense that if an interpretation S is included in an interpretation S prima, then the result of applying the jump operator on S is included in the result of applying the jump operator on S prima. The monotonicity of the jump guarantees the existence of fixed points, in particular of the minimal fixed point and all the fixed points that extend this interpretation. And the main property of fixed points is that they assign the same truth value to an statement and to its predication, truth predication. Okay, this sequence of interpretations goes upwards. Yablo's idea is to provide a top-down explanation of this process by defining a reverse operation on the elements of Q. This operation will be such that when applied to a fact, it returns all the facts on which this fact depends. So this notion will be of crucial importance for what comes next. I will say that a fixed point S jump entails a fact if and only if. If a true fact is in the jump extension of S, then S jump entails that fact. And if the false fact is in the jump extension of S, then S jump entails that fact. With this notion, we are in a position to say that a statement phi is grounded at a fixed point if and only if either the true fact or the false fact traces back to a model that is sufficient for it. And a statement is ungrounded otherwise. Okay, the sufficiency set for a fact will be defined as the set of interpretations that jump entails it. So for every fixed point, each fact has an associated set whose members are all the sets that are sufficient for determining whether that fact is the case in the interpretation S. The strong linear scheme plus the corresponding clauses for the truth predicate fix the characterization of these sets according to the form of the statements involved. So for instance, the sufficiency set for a fact associated with an atomic statement will be the base model and all the interpretations that extend it if what the fact states is the case according to the model, and will be the empty set otherwise. In the case of truth predications, the sufficiency set for a truth predication will depend on the sufficiency set. The sufficiency set for the truth predication of, for instance, phi will depend on the sufficiency set of the statement phi. And for the logical connectives, the definitions are straightforward. The sufficiency set for a negation will depend on the sufficiency set of what is negated. The sufficiency set for a conjunction will depend on the sufficiency set of its conjuncts. The sufficiency set of an existential quantification will depend on the sufficiency set of its instances. So the reverse of the Kripke jump can be understood as the transition from a fact to the set of statements on which it depends. Here is an example. For instance, the true fact associated to the statement that says that 2 equals 2 and it is not true that 5 equals 7 will reduce to the set of interpretations in which we have the true fact associated to 2 is equal to 2 and the false fact associated to 5 is equal to 7. The idea here is that we first apply the clause for conjunctions, then we apply the clause for negations in that conjunct, and lastly, we apply the clause for atomic statements. Okay, sorry. From the semantic information containing the sufficiency set for a statement, for a fact, we can get the dependence relations that that fact maintains with others. So I would say that a dependence relation delta belongs to the set D of S dependence relations if and only if delta is a binary relation on elements of U, such that if a fact is in S, then that fact depends on nothing but the base model. If a fact is not in S, but its sufficiency set is not empty, then for some y in the sufficiency set of X, X depends, the fact depends exactly on the elements of Y. And if the sufficiency set of a fact is empty and the fact is not in S, then that fact will depend on itself. So dependence for every fact and every dependence relation, the relation induces a dependence tree in which the root of the tree is that fact. So the idea will be to start with an occurrence of that fact at the top of the tree and then extend lines downward from that fact to those facts on which it depends. I call this a path, delta path. So the tree will allow us to represent in a graphic way the semantic behavior of a fact in a set S. So these dependence trees will be of crucial importance to characterize all the relevant semantic notions we want. Okay, theorists of truth are typically interested in two things. For one thing, they want a solution to the paradoxes, but for another thing, they also want a diagnosis of that tell us or that explain in what those paradoxes consist in. So this second aspect of, or this second aim of truth theories was what Charles Chihara refers to as the diagnostic problem of the paradox. The fixed point conception of grounding can be very naturally seen as one attempt among many to address Chihara's problem. And the dependence approach can be seen as providing an alternative characterization in terms of dependence trees. So for instance, we can say that statement phi is grounded if and only if either the true fact or the false fact associated to it has a dependence, a grounded dependence tree. This is a terminating tree. So for instance, the statement that says that 2 equals 2, and it is not true that phi equals 7 is grounded in this sense because it gives rise to a terminating tree. In view of this definition, we can say that a statement phi is ungrounded if neither the true fact nor the false fact associated to it has a grounded dependence tree. But ungroundedness admits further distinctions, as I mentioned before. So some useful notions. True fact, for instance, is said to be unfaithful if the false fact is the case. Two facts are said to be opposite if they agree in their first entry but conflict in their second. And I will say that two facts are identical if they agree both in their first entry and their second entry. So these notions will allow us to provide a fine-grained treatment of ungroundedness. We can say that a statement phi is paradoxical if and only if for every dependence relation delta and truth value in the set with 1 and 0, either there are delta paths extending from that fact to unfaithful facts, or there are delta paths extending from that fact to opposite facts. For instance, the statement that says the conjunction between 2 equals 2 and the liar sentence is paradoxical in this sense because the false fact associated to that statement lead to unfaithful facts. This is unfaithful according to the base model. And the true fact associated with this statement lead to opposite facts. These one are the opposite facts. Hypodoxical statements are ungrounded in a different way, a very different way. We can say that the statement phi is hypodoxical if and only if for every dependence relation and truth value in the set with 1 and 0, the fact has a non-terminating tree, but there is no delta path extending from that fact to opposite facts. So here, the truth teller is a case in point. And that's the tree associated with the true fact associated to it and the false fact associated to it. So to conclude, Yablo has shown two facts. First, that a statement is grounded in his sense, if and only if it is grounded in Kripke's sense. He also shown that a statement is paradoxical in his sense, if and only if it is paradoxical in Kripke's sense. And conjecture that any collection with a characterization in his terms admit a canonically related characterization in Kripke's terms. So a striking confirmation of the appropriateness of the definition of hypodoxicality that I provided above is that the set of statements it defines exactly coincide with the set of statements defined by the Kripkean conception. Yablo's theory has the resources to distinguish between grounded, paradoxical, and hypodoxical statements in a way that stands on equal footing to Kripke's theory of truth. And this result extends nicely to cover other sets of ungrounded statements that I didn't mention, but that's it. Thank you.
Questions?
It's a clarification. When you define a hypodoxical sentence, I thought you were ruling out that yes, the dependence trees is gonna meet something that goes into the opposite.
Yeah.
But then I was thinking, if you take for this junction of the truth teller with a liar sentence, I would have thought that should count as hypodoxical in Kripke's sense. But it does have one part of the dependence tree that goes into the
No,
object.
not really. That sentence is not hypodoxical. It's a sentence that can sometimes be true, but can never be false. Hypodoxical statements in Kripke's sense are statements that are true in some interpretations and false in other interpretations. That are statements that are called sometimes true, because they admit when the truth teller is false, that is, it's neither true nor false, and when the truth teller is false, and when the truth teller is true, the statement is true.
And it's neither, that's neither hypodoxical nor paradoxical in Kripke's technical. This disjunction is neither paradoxical nor hypodoxical.
Exactly.
Do you have a name for that? Things that can be true?
Yeah, actually, when I put, I say, no, doesn't matter. Yes, the extensionality results can be extended also to S-false sentences, these statements that are sometimes false but never true, and to S-true sentences that are sentences that are sometimes true but never false. I didn't mention here because they are statements that are in the middle between the arbitrariness expressed by hypodoxical statements and the triviality expressed by liar-like statements or something like that. You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Curious whether you can extend this approach to cover paradox that are not grounded in just one sentence, but in sets of more than one sentence.
Like pairs of paradoxes. Yes, the characterization works well. As far as I can see, the characterization works well both with pairs of hypodoxes and both also with pairs of paradoxes, and even with infinitary sets of statements, with different sets of statements. Yablo's paradox works well here. The analogous and some sort of hypodoxical Yablo's paradox works well with this definition too.
Let's thank Camila one more time. All right. Katerina, Giovanna, and Milos.
We're here.
Whoever's speaking or whoever wants to share their screen, they can share it now.
Okay. Well, I will be speaking.
Okay.
Yeah, for this talk, and let me start by sharing my screen.
Sure.
Okay. Now, you guys let me know if this is visible.
Perfect.
Right now.
It's perfect.
It's fine. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So, I was gonna introduce you. Sorry.
Okay, please do.
I'm happy to introduce Katerina, Milos, and Giovanna to talk about reflexive paradoxes. All yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to start by thanking the organizers as well as the audience for being here and listening to our talk. This is truly, it's a pleasure to be here. In this talk, I would like to present to you our joint work, which is currently in progress on the nature of reflexive paradoxes and the nature about reflexivity in general. Okay. Okay. So what we call here reflexive paradoxes, following Russell, is usually referred to as paradoxes of self-reference or self-referential paradoxes. Maybe the most famous paradox in the group is the liar's paradox, but there are also others, such as, for instance, Gravin's paradox. The reason we chose to use the term reflexive paradoxes is that we believe that in that way we can avoid problems related to the notion of reference in general, and also provide a sort of wider picture of the issue, since it's questionable whether some of the paradoxes from the group can be called self-referential at all. For instance, take the Gravin's paradox. So let me start by introducing the notion of reflexivity. So the idea is of reflexivity that something is somehow related to oneself. In that sense, we have a sort of reflexive relation here. And reflexivity plays a crucial role, not just in logic and mathematics, but also in philosophy. And the problem is how to reconcile the paradoxical nature of reflexivity with its indispensable use. In this talk, we will tell you something about the nature of reflexivity, its relevance for philosophy, and we will also critically examine Mackey's approach to resolving reflexive paradoxes. So, reflexivity in general is in mathematics very well accepted. Mathematicians have no problems using reflexive constructions in non-contradictory contexts. We can distinguish three types of reflexivity: linguistic, functional, and fact theoretical. So linguistic reflexivity is related to self-referential sentences. I'm sorry, did we have a question or something? I thought I heard something. No? Okay. Sorry. So linguistic reflexivity occurs in self-referential sentences that whose existence is established by the diagonal lemma. Functional reflexivity occurs in a certain, how can I say, incomputability theory, when we're talking about recursion, also iteration, and the cases where, in general, we need to apply functions to themselves, and also we can distinguish a set theoretic type of reflexivity, which is most evident in the reflection principle in set theory. Due to the amount of time that we have, I don't think we need to go into these types in detail. I assume the audience is well familiar with those. Okay, so reflexivity is essential for fundamental results like Beall's incompleteness theorems and also the halting problem. And certain reflexive constructions, as we here call them, that are common to both the liar's paradox and to Gödel's incompleteness theorems and Tarski's undefinability of truth results, are very powerful tools for demonstrating limitations of formal systems. That is very important to note because philosophers have been struggling for paradoxes for quite some time, and it's very important to emphasize this, that these constructions are also can also be very useful in other contexts. But philosophers are in general not just worried about contradictions themselves, which are more, how should I say, more problematic for mathematicians, but they are also focused on what's puzzling in paradoxes. Like, how is it possible at all to have this sort of, how can I say, really perplexing situation where we start from some premises and some reasoning that seems very valid, and reach some completely what seems to be unacceptable conclusions. So one way to deal with the situation is just to say, okay, paradoxes do occur in ordinary language, and this is because our ordinary language is in a sense inconsistent, and we should just deal with it. However, this is obviously problematic, as philosophy crucially relies on our ordinary language, and also it can be argued that, in a sense, mathematical language is like the meta language is also, in a sense, ordinary language. Reflexivity is also not something that can be just easily dismissed, as it's central to philosophical argumentation. For instance, when we want to show that a certain view is it's not unacceptable, but if we want to show that a certain view is untrue, just we use this form of self-refutation to show that the opponent's view is not acceptable. In another sense, one can also argue that the self-conscious thought itself and the justification of philosophy involve reflexivity. So reflexivity is not something that can be easily dismissed. So we need to take care to have that in mind when we want to give a satisfactory account of paradoxes. Okay? Okay. Yeah. Another argument that shows that reflexivity is not so easily dismissed is just starts by considering the following statement. Any statement is irreflexive. So if we think about it, this statement itself can be shown to generate this sort of paradoxical situation, because if any statement is irreflexive, that should be also the case for that statement, and but it shows that its statement is in fact reflexive, and also the problem is also the other way around. So this at least casts doubt on the possibility of dismissing reflexivity entirely. This is important to note, as many approaches to paradoxes have tried to just say, okay, let's just dismiss reflexivity from the start and not deal with it. So the philosopher's task would be not to dismiss reflexivity, but somehow to try and distinguish between what is harmful reflexivity that can lead to paradoxes and what is harmless reflexivity that's okay. In truth, probability, and paradox, Mackey tries to deal with these type of problems, and he tries to deal first with with a certain treatment of paradoxes that tries to dismiss paradoxes as just meaningless statements. Mackey argues that paradoxical statements such as the liar paradox cannot be said to be meaningless because they're perfectly grammatically construed sentences and constructed sentences, and we can all understand basically what these sentences are conveying. And he argues that it is only by understanding the meaning of the paradox that we are able actually to grasp the problem. So his solution would be to distinguish between meaningless statements and statements that are indeterminate. And he argues that paradoxical statements, such as the liar paradox, are indeterminate. Now, the question is, in what sense are they indeterminate? Well, what first comes to mind is that they're indeterminate in terms of their truth values, because one cannot decide, it's not possible in general to determine whether the liar paradox, whether this sentence is true or not, because that would lead to contradictions. And Mackey is against a general ban on self-reference. He thinks self-reference and reflexivity are very important parts of our ordinary language as well as mathematics, and he tries to solve the problem by introducing indeterminates. Mackey also embarks on this project of trying to distinguish between between the reflexivity that would be harmless and the reflexivity that would be harmful. That means that would lead to paradoxes. So let me just give you an example. So for instance, a harmless reflexivity would occur in a sentence like, this is an English sentence. Because this sentence is in English, this actually refers to the sentence itself. However, it is harmless as there are no issues of determining its truth value, whereas the liar sentence would be this sort of harmful reflexivity. Okay, so Mackey tries to distinguish between these types of statements by making a distinction between sentences that are self-dependent and those that are not. It's not entirely clear, it's not so easy to exactly define this distinction. However, the general idea is that self-dependent statements are sort of statements that we cannot explain the meaning of the sentence without referring to the sentence itself. So, for instance, let's take this for example. Let's take the sentence, this sentence is true. So we cannot explain what this sentence means without referring to the sentence itself. And it's not possible, so to speak, to unpack the content of the sentence. However, this distinction plays a minor role in Mackey's overall argument in a sense that he does claim that only self-dependent statements in general create paradoxical indeterminacy. However, he also acknowledges that certain self-dependent statements are very important and cannot be dismissed. Okay, So the question is Mackey's position consistent, and can we reject genuine reflexivity based on indeterminacy as opposed to meaninglessness? Consider, for example, the following statement: any determined statement is not reflexive. When we try to reason about this statement and determine whether it's true or not, we essentially encounter similar problems. Because if we say that this sentence is, reflexive, then we come to the conclusion that it's actually irreflexive, and the other way around. So the solution seems to be that we say that this sentence is just indeterminate. However, if we try to use this indeterminacy as a basis for rejecting this sentence, then this whole view seems to be self-refuting. I don't know how much more time do we have left, but I'll try to wrap it up. The most important critique of Mackey's approach when it comes to paradoxes is that he does not, in our view, successfully distinguish between meaninglessness and indeterminacy, as most of his attacks on the view that dismisses paradoxes based on meaninglessness can also be used in terms of indeterminacy. However, it's important to note that Mackey insists on not dismissing paradoxes at all, these types of paradoxical statements, but using them as a sort of something that we can use to just explore these boundaries between meaning and indeterminacy. The problem is that Mackey claims that paradoxes cannot be meaningless because understanding the meaning of the paradoxes leads us to understanding its paradoxicality. However, the same can be said in terms of meaninglessness, because how do we understand that something is that a certain construction is meaningless? Because we understand the meaning of a smaller part from which this sentence is constructed. Mack uses certain M variants to argue against meaningless or paradoxical statements, and in short, so the M variant of the liar paradox would be something like, what I'm now saying is false, or it is meaningless. But the problem is that this type of sentence also leads to paradox. It's also this type of sentence is also paradoxical. So the question is, it doesn't help us solve the paradox in itself. This move doesn't help us solve the paradox in itself, which is a Mackey's critique of this approach. But however, it can how can I say, get back to him in a sense that this can also be said of indeterminacy. Our idea for moving forward and building on Mackey's approach and sort of fixing the issues that he had is to delve into this concept of indeterminacy and try to to give a more precise and more, how can I say, mathematically richer definition of indeterminacy. And why is this the case? Because we think that one of Mackey's, one of the reasons his approach has these issues is because his notion of indeterminacy is too close to how can I say, to the semantics in general, to the notion of truth. Although he mentions he in essence gives two definitions of indeterminacy, because one definition is that something is indeterminate in terms of truth values, and another is that the content of the sentence is indeterminate because it cannot be, so to speak, unpacked. It cannot be explained without the reference to the sentence itself. Remember, the truth teller, it's this sentence that says this sentence is true. So we cannot, we have a sort of this infinite loop. It's true that it's true, that it's true, that it's true, and it's not possible to sort of ground this statement in anything else other than the statement itself. So our solution would be to focus on the second type of indeterminacy, because this second type is more close, in a sense, to syntactic indeterminacy than, strictly speaking, semantical. And this type of indeterminacy can be more successfully represented, and is in fact represented in untouched lambda calculus. When we try to use beta reduction to unpack the meaning of certain terms. We can discuss more about this in after the talk if you're interested. But anyways, we think that the distinction between harmful and harmless reflexivity should remain a crucial task. The analysis of this distinction should take into account that reflexivity is a fundamental concept in philosophy as well as mathematics, and that its paradoxical features cannot just be ignored and put aside. However, we believe that further investigation is needed to understand a very complex nature of this concept. So that would be all for today. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the talk.
Thank you.
We have different options in the area. Reflexivity is an option, but if you could consider another concept that are in the family, for example, circularity. Another concept that is well known is self-reference. You could use self-reference in PA. So why is important? Because all are theoretical concepts. Why is important to use reflexivity and avoid to use the other concepts that are in the family?
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, this is important to distinguish this and to explain why we have used reflexivity and not self-reference. I said something about it in the introduction, but I didn't get into much detail. The idea is that, like, the main argument is that certain types of paradoxes from the same family that have usually been called self-referential are not exactly self-referential at all, such as the growing paradox. That's one reason. And the other is that also Reference is a technical term, and it can lead to certain problems that we think are avoided by using reflexivity. Reflexivity is also more general. It's a more general term that also involves self-reference. So if something is self-referential, it's also reflexive, but not necessarily the other way around. And I should mention that we didn't coin this term, reflexive paradoxes. It is something that's also relatively well established, as for instance Russell used this term, and also some other authors. Of course, it can be argued that certain maybe certain that other classifications could be adequate as well. I'm not saying there aren't. This is currently our work that's in progress, so we are also trying to work on the exact relation between our distinction and other distinctions as well, and to highlight some pros and cons. So yeah, thank you for clarifying this.
All right, let's thank Katerina one more time. Kevin, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hello. Do you want to share your screen?
I would like to, please, if you allow me to.
Yeah, you should be able to.
Okay. Right, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right. Smooth started, or yeah.
Sorry.
No worries.
I'm happy to introduce Kevin Parkhauser, and he's giving us a talk on from paradox to perspective. All yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks a lot for having me. It's unfortunate that I'm not able to join you live, and I'm missing all the fun your guys are having right now. I hope there will be another opportunity to do so in the future. So yes, to my talk, from paradox to perspective. So let us start with having a short idea, a short kind of not too sophisticated formalism, just for the sake of the argument. And by the way, the next slide is a shortcut to the whole talk and to the whole idea behind, so you can sleep at the rest if you like, and if it's too easy for you. But let's have a look. So let's formulate just a simple argument for self-reference contradiction, like you're seeing there at the left. And we can say, oh dear, now we're having a sort of paradox already. What can we do to resolve it? So for one example, we could use something that I would call MIL, just for the moment. Don't be too irritated by that now. And we take it to have a resolution, so we can avoid having this classical collapse here, but still we're not really having a structure for this guy on the left. So we can also formulate something we call MP, and now we have something that is a bit more structured. You can see that the arrow sign, and still the direction, the directionality, the orientation is not really given, so it's not particularly solved. And then we can...
Kevin, sorry to interrupt. We're still only looking at your first slide.
It's the fourth row, it should be.
So right now we're still on your first slide, the title slide. Maybe if you...
Thank you to say that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's completely okay, start. Let's try it again.
Okay.
Has it changed now?
No, maybe...
Full screen. Stop sharing and reshare. Yeah.
Yeah, try sharing again after being in full screen, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, it's always the same, right? Now you can see.
So we can see this, the first slide.
Okay, still.
Could you move?
And now? Now you see a blank.
Yeah, it's a blank page, yes.
Oh, we did it. All right. So in short, so you know what's coming.
There you go.
That was
Yeah.
talking about. There we go. All right. Thank you very much. It wasn't too late to interrupt me. Okay. So in a quick run, we have a paradox here. We try to resolve it with something I call MIL, but still no collapse, still no structure. We can try to add a bit structure here. Still no orientation. Still no directionality to the whole thing. So next one could be that we govern structure for an inference shift, and still then we could say we go now from what we call Li to Lj, for example, but still we're not ensured how to formulate, how to define well this function f. So we can then go one step further, saying is there some sort of starting condition that we can take, halting condition, stopping condition, so to find if there is an existent one LK or something like that, giving a sort of condition to it that fulfills the job for us. And still, it's somewhat a peculiar thing to have not the paradox really solved, but just deferring it somewhere else. And also asking then, what is the meaning of this S that we had at the first row? Is there a sort of co-limes Li that we can find? And the whole endeavor I'm looking in my research there is can we find some sort of formalizing what we call emergence, and I tell you a little bit later on. But this is just the basic idea in a shortcut version. And so, but to some preliminaries, who am I actually to talk about all of this and what I work on? So I think the first question is maybe the most difficult one that I prefer to skip right here, but I can tell you a little bit that I'm more from physics side, coming from philosophy, particularly doing thermodynamics and quantum mechanics and some complexity stuff. So I'm curiously looking more at ways of formalizing things like emergence, like self-referentials in physics of life, how we like to call them, physics of organization and process philosophy, and to get a bit near to a formalization to it. So the walkthrough for today, where I'd like to take you a little bit, is to talk more about this paradox to perspective shift. And I looked a bit deeper into the MIL, the meta-inferential logic. I'm really sympathetic with some ideas of it, but not all the way down, as you can see. So try to combine it to something we in the philosophy of science now using as perspectival realism, and I try to have a synthesis of these two. So again, in very short, we come from paradoxes which can lead us to meta-inference, and then again, which leads us to a perspectival approach on logic and logical problems in science. So let's start. Why we need paradoxes at all, or is it actually necessary that we are having them? And so I like this saying a lot when Sainsbury starts his book on paradoxes. He just starts by saying they're fun, and I think this is already partially a lie. And of course we can have fun with it, but I think you all know how hard it can be, how bloody hard it can be to deal with paradoxes. It's a human condition as well. And at the heart of logic, maybe the brain of logic, but thinking that simplest way is the best one. There is already sort of efficiency idea in it and some kind of having an elegant way to solve things. And what is pretty clear to me, that they're not jokes, although they seem quite funny at times, but they are serious, of course, from a mathematical standpoint in particular, and important problems very often. So we can try to have a sort of more formal definition when we're saying that apparently unacceptable conduct through an apparently acceptable line of reasoning from apparently acceptable premises. This is already a mouthful, of course, also referring a bit to the book from Sainsbury, but I think in essence it's kind of clear. We can also add some sort of like to the form of paradoxes we're using, or I try to do it a bit of a meta-structure of my paradoxes. Can say that one is maybe the simplest one that is not moving you that much, and the 10 has some kind of potential horizon or possibility space that is really putting you to the fourth. So that's so much for paradoxes right now. Let us jump to MIL. No idea how familiar that is to you. Just a short idea, short overview to that one. So we can think about playing a chess game, and we have the rules in it. And meta-inference could be analyzing how this chess game itself is played. So not only about the fixed rules that we're having there. And we can also think about a standard inference idea, if A then B. And for meta-inference, we would ask a sort of different question. We could ask what follows at the next level of reasoning. So what is the meta-inference that is already there? And so we can think about paradoxes as something really interesting, useful, tries to rethink what inference itself means. And MIL let us formalize the shifts to some degree, as you said, and we looked it up at the first or a couple of slides already and later on as well. And so it helps us to resolve some sort of contradictions without having an explosion or a collapse of some kind. So get a bit more in the formal structure of it, using Curry's paradox here. If the sentence is true, then 2 + 2 is 5. Why is this really creating a paradox from an MIL point of view? So in a classical logic, you can say self-referential inference leads us to have contradiction, and we can introduce some sort of level structure and then to deferring this kind of contradiction of collapse and stop it with so. So the core principles that we're having here, reflexivity, we can reason about the reasoning itself. It's also often called inference about inference. And monotonicity, more premises don't invalidate inferences, also very important along the way when you get more and more of them. And of course, a meta-transitivity, so the inferences can be structured across these levels. But this, yeah, as we see, is not that easy always. So why this matters, of course, we have not kind of explosion or collision, collapse, and we can open up to some logical pluralism a bit more easily, I would say, or fluently, and the paradoxes become structured insights rather than failures. So there's a debate going on, and I just want to shortly illuminate on that one. So MIL all sounds good so far, to me at least, but there are also opinions against this, asking if this is in any ways necessary to do that. And from an MIL perspective, you could say we already have in classical logic, in propositional logics, always inferences already included. They're implicit in formalism, and with MIL we have a sort of opening up a vantage point or a window where we can say and make this implicit inferences a bit more explicit. And inference is inference, nothing more to it. It's just a tautology, although I think there are always more to tautologies than calling them just, but we can also say it's not a clear tautology anymore. If we have the difference in levels, we have a difference in strength of the inferences themselves. Is it overcomplicated to have these higher structures? Not necessarily so. Maybe it's undercomplicated, or it's getting even more simplified when doing so. From physics, we have the possible view change the scale variance from looking at something classical or to quantum, going back the way. It can help a lot. And is it then useful? Of course, it can be AI, ML, and so on. And we of course having this automated proof softwares like Isabelle or Lean or Coq, and they can to some way simulate the MIL, but to my knowledge and my trials so far, not really in this manner, but more to that a bit later. So from the other point of view that I like to fuse the MIL is the perspectival realism. And I don't know, again, how familiar that is to you. So short overview, we can think about a coin and the different perspectives we can take on a similar or simple object like a coin, and it maybe changes dramatically. So we wouldn't say then from a perspectival realism that one perspective is not true or the other one is true. We're not really about truth seeking in this manner, but a perspective-dependent approach. So the core is that it's a structured reality, but the access is really perspectival, and these perspectives are necessarily constrained. They're not coming without having someone who is having this perspective. So it doesn't matter how you're looking at something, if it is the microscope, the telescope, the blind eye, the mind's eye, whatever, you always have some kind of constraint implicit in it, so they're not arbitrary. It's an example one. And of course, Newtonian, quantum, GR, we all have these different views. We wouldn't say from a perspectival realism point of view, Newton is wrong. We would say Newton has some perspective to the world. And so paradoxes arise from mixing up these perspectives improperly. Is one approach from the perspectival point of view. And with MIL, it provides the formalism to express these shifts in perspectives. And then we're not really having these contradictions anymore, but we get some emergent insights. And I try to explain a bit more about what I mean here. So with both these kind of ideas, we fuse it to having an MP, Meta-inferential perspectivism, and we both meet. And so we have a language from MIL side and the conceptual point of view, the convex, and a bit more of structure from the perspectival side. And then we're getting inferences at different levels. And it's important to note there's also a paper coming trying to make more sense of this distinction between computation and organization. And this fusion can be powerful when we're looking at these combinations. So we're not having just the one side that is trying to fix a collapse on a conceptual grounding, but both together giving us a perspectival framework that is a bit more flexible and still not arbitrary. That is always the challenge to face when we're blowing this up with other architecture than the classical one, of course. And another important aspect is this reducibility, that we're not just having a computational model anymore. It's something that you have to accept along the way, but you also can turn into a feature and not a bug. And so we have these emergent organizational structures that are coming out, and we can use paradoxes more as sort of cues for this deeper inferential architecture. And maybe you're wondering about organization computation a bit, so have an insight there as well. So we can think about computation, or I try to make sense of it in this way, from a more rule-based logic, if A then B, and it's, as you can see down there, more in horizontal structure of the implication of the inference orders. We have normally fixed rules of application. It makes this easy to handle and kind of efficient and productive and reliable, but there's no emergence included. And that would be something that we're reaching with organization, where we would say we have some relations and they cannot be in principle computational because they're just something that are arising while we are structuring our computations. This also holds then for the meaning of the whole organization. And as we said before, there are some constraints in every interaction necessarily implicit to them, and these are the updating of the rules that we're using beforehand. So inference is organizational in this kind of distinction I'm trying to make here and follow the constraints and not a pure computation. Of course, going a bit more deeper, we can also find the organization in the computation in the organization, but still we have this opportunity, this capability of distinguishing these two to some degree and using for our purposes. So ML allows us to see these paradoxes structurally, but not as favors of computation alone. And with MP, this provides us this organizational structure to it, to have these inferences across the perspectives. And yeah, coming to the end already. So we have MP then as a formal system, and not going from paradoxes to perspectives, but all the way to emergent perspectives. And the meta levels of inference, we can see a structured emergence. We use this constraint to have the structure, which is a feature of the system we're dealing with. And the inferential structuring is happening within the perspectival realism approach, where the perspectivas are not necessarily more or less true than the others. And so we have a level of dependency, and these contradictions do not necessarily propagate unless they're structured. Also an important aspect to mention here. And going back to the first slide with the contradiction, with the paradox, we then can have some meaning of emergence that happens through this inferential organization, and not only computational rule-based algorithmic reduction to it. Yeah, so coming to the end, I tried to make a point here, and also with some sort of paperwork and research recently, that we not just have to stick at problems, not for paradoxes, not for walls, but also with complexity science and with big data science, getting ever more opportunities to use it as a feature. This is also a lot happening in physics when you transfer from one subject or one subject to another one. It is opening up new avenues right now. I think there is a lot going on, and was the approach to find a formal language for that, to build it on a stronger ground and a bigger plateau, so to speak. And so we're not going behind absolute truths. It's also not a relativism in this sense, but the structured inference shifts, as I would call them. And emergence is a really important aspect here. But still, we are having some puzzles here, some issues along the way. Like I also tried to show at the first slide at the shortcut. So we gain some structure, a bit orientation, but still the directionality is not that clear. How can complexity, perspectives, and emergence be formalized all together in one discipline that we then really practically can use, like I'm trying to do it in this quantum thermodynamics approach, or if we have physics of life approaches of some sort of organizations where we can have a formal logical approval of that. So what mathematical tools to use? We looked a lot at in category theory or homotopology, at least a little bit more, and trying to formulate this more rigorously. And yeah, I tried to have more insights with the MIL, if the MP, if there is maybe another way to go. And you see this is still a lot work in progress, so just wanted to share the ideas, and maybe someone likes to reach out and getting a bit further together. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Kevin. I was wondering, could you explain a bit more, maybe what on the formal level, what you mean by meta-inferential logic in this context, and how that blocks the paradoxes, for example?
Yeah, of course. So I tried to make this a bit more formal without spending too much time at the first slide. It would be the idea that you have a simple sort of paradox or contradiction. You can say A is not A. And the idea of meta-inference would be that we can make an inference about this inference and transfer it to another level. So what we need then are levels. So they're not levels at the first place, we just have one line of reasoning. But then we say, wait a minute, we can have a level there, a bit like set theory, but still, I shouldn't say that in front of MIL professionals probably, but just for help of reasoning, or maybe that's a kind of bit more familiar to you. But then we could say, well, let's say we have a level L0, L1, and is this just a mixing up of the inferences, and in another world, in another level, we can indeed make sense of it. And to me, from the first place, this intuitively worked fine with thinking about perspectival realism in quantum mechanics or in complexity theory, where we also try to make sense of reality this way. And if we cannot, in one way of reasoning, we change the level. So then you have this extra structure, this additional layers you're putting to your paradox and trying to resolve it then. But still, as I tried to make clear here, it's also coming with a price, because you lose this simple one-liner, you're blowing up it a bit, but that's more realistic, I would say, more logic to me than staying with a paradox, and yeah, it's a possible workaround, I would say. And from the formal perspective, you're not really using anything else more than that. So you don't need any more fancy stuff. You're just building a layered architecture where you can then infer differently. I hope this is some sort of more clear now.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Federico?
Yes. So, what is a perspective when applied to paradoxes? Is it just?
Sorry, I cannot understand. From the
Do you hear me? Do you hear me now? Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
Maybe now.
So,
Sorry.
what is a perspective from when evaluating paradoxes? Is it just a level, a differential level, plus ability standard, or what else? What else is it?
I'm sorry, the sound is so blurred up. I just heard something of inference.
To be clear, it would be clear.
Yeah, here is clear, yeah.
So, here?
Yeah.
So I was wondering what is a perspective when applied to paradoxes? Is it just a meta-inferential level plus ability standard, or is there something more?
That's an excellent question, and also one of the most important core aspects of this whole endeavor. So as I said, I'm more coming from physical science side, and there is the approach now to try to formulate perspectives in terms of actions. So some sort of action that you have in a system leads to a perspective or a reference standpoint view. So you could think of it at the same level of concept in pure logic when we say some sort of action is giving you a perspective. If I have two actions on one inference leading to a paradox, I have two perspectives in one, would be one approach to answer your question. So if in a single self-referential contradiction, like I showed you at the beginning, I would say we have two perspectives in it, and they are akin to sort of logical action. If this makes sense, I hope.
All right. Let's thank Kevin one more time.
Thank you very much.
We're going to have a lunch break, and we're going to be back at 1:40.
Look at the new stuff. It is the BTS hierarchy.
we don't need doctor needed. Doctor using. This is just the microphone for the live stream. There's another microphone for the. You do just connect your own also. Okay, but this is not for the. I think maybe this is used for the system here. It's not used for the system. You had lunch? Yeah.
short a mention?
Because
your name to my friend so she can mention.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be delighted.
Yeah, thank you
so much. This is like even for you, like you never know about future
definitely.
projects, ideas.
Definitely. Yeah.
Just
It'd
keep
be
in
nice to
touch.
collaborate.
Absolutely, anytime. I would be happy to see like an email, just a thought or collaboration. Just don't hesitate to hit me with an email all the time.
It's really nice to see that you guys have got a really nice team of philosophers.
We have a small department of very energetic.
grieving souls.
I hope so. It could be applied to death, I suppose.
To what?
The argument could be applied to death, but I don't think it is.
Yeah.
Could be 1 billion and that for
Oh,
myself.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
No, I can't catch up on your talk.
I like this and Andrew's contingent.
Keeping it old school.
ايه بس التطفيل وشغل.
Oh yeah, handouts.
ما يصير التطفيل السليبر؟ لا يعني هو في تايمر صح؟ يعني يصير سليب من التايمر.
هو الشاشة مقصدة إن هي مغلقة على بدل طبعا الشاشة كلها بتاخد وقت كويس شوية كبيرة كان سليب بس لما ترسل على القرار شغال.
There's some handouts over here.
Oh. Can you bring me one, Camila?
Idea.
problem. Yep. Okay. And yeah.
I don't want anything like this since I'm in a band.
Recording in progress.
Okay, so it's my pleasure to introduce Jason Carter, who will talk about the Adorable modal logic and the Reaper. Go.
All right. Thanks, everyone, for coming, and thank you for the organizers who've made this possible. I'm not quite a logician. I'm a historian of philosophy, work primarily on Aristotle, but I do work on things that are logically related in terms of ancient logical theories, ancient theories of modal logic, and so because ancient philosophers will be mostly bored by a talk like this, I've decided to see if logicians might be more interested in it. So I'm going to talk about what's called the Reaper argument. The Reaper argument is a Hellenistic philosophical argument originating in Greece in the late 4th to mid-3rd century BC. It purports to show that any particular future event is either going to necessarily occur or necessarily not occur. It begins by taking a possible future event, like you're reaping your harvest next autumn, assuming you're a farmer, and argues that whether that event occurs or not is not contingent, but in fact necessary. In its shortest form, the Reaper argument is going to run as follows. Necessarily, you will either reap or not reap. If you will reap, it's not the case that perhaps you will reap, and perhaps you will not reap, but you will reap, no matter what happens. But if you will not reap, it's not the case that perhaps you will reap and perhaps you will not reap, but you will not reap, whatever happens. Therefore, it's not contingent whether you will reap or not. Now, evaluating the validity of this argument is difficult for two reasons. The first of these is that we don't really know whether future tense propositions, the ones that figure here, you will reap or you will not reap, are meant to be taken as dated. This, as we shall see, makes a difference to the validity of the argument. So we don't know whether or not the idea is you will reap next year, you will reap on February 25th next year, or just you will reap at some time or another. The second difficulty is that we don't know what modal theory its author affirmed. So scholars like Gerhard Seele, David Sedley, these are ancient scholars that you might not be familiar with, they've gone some way towards answering the second question, arguing that this argument is likely related to the modal theory of the 3rd century Greek philosopher Diodorus Cronus. Now, according to our sources, Diodorus, in his so-called master argument, argued for a form of universal determinism based on a temporalized modal theory according to which there are no unrealized possibilities. So the master argument roughly runs is that there are 3 propositions which are inconsistent with one another, so you have to reject one of them. So the master argument is all past truths are necessary, the possible does not follow from the impossible, and something is possible that neither is the case nor will be the case. Now our sources tell us that Diodorus rejected the third proposition, that something is possible that neither is the case nor will be the case, and we'll see that in a moment when we look at his modal theory. So on this basis, scholars like Gerhard Seele have argued that Diodorus might be the author of this argument. Others, such as Sedley, have suggested that the Reaper argument might actually be a companion to this master argument. However, there's a real central obstacle to attributing the Reaper argument to Diodorus. Suzanne Bobzien has argued that the Reaper argument is unlikely to have been Diodorus's because the Reaper seems to commit the author to unrealized possibilities and a notion of contingency because of that appears to be non-Diodorian. In this paper, I'm going to argue that the Reaper argument does not presuppose a notion of contingency that is non-Diodorian, and I'm going to argue that the argument is valid if we assume the axioms of Diodorus's modal logic. And we assume that that modal logic covers both dated and undated propositions, and we'll see why that's important. Now, the purpose of this argument, and this is beyond the scope of what I'm going to present today, but I think it's actually to argue against an Aristotelian notion of future contingency, according to which a future contingent proposition, it will be the case that P implies that it's possible both for it will be the case that P and possible for it to be the case that not P, that it will be the case that not P. The Reaper argument tries to establish that this principle of contingency, this Aristotelian principle of contingency, is not going to hold for dated future propositions. So to show this, I'm going to offer a formal reconstruction of the Reaper argument, which you should be able to evaluate. So let's give a little bit more about the context. So Diogenes Laertius, he's one of our biographers of philosophy in the ancient world, tells us that the Stoic philosopher Zeno paid for 7 versions of the Reaper argument. We have 3 versions that have come down to us, each from a commentary on Aristotle's De Interpretatione. One comes from the philosopher Ammonius, another from a Neoplatonic commentator who is anonymous, we don't know who it is, and one from the philosopher Stephanus of Alexandria. The anonymous commentary is an abridged version of Ammonius' commentary, so we can safely ignore it. And the most extensive version is that of Ammonius, and it's his version that I'm going to focus on. I'm going to give you the text in translation first before I go into the reconstruction of the argument, so you can see it as it is in the nude, so to say. If you will reap, it says, it is not the case that perhaps you will reap and perhaps you will not reap, but you will reap whatever happens. And if you will not reap, but in the same way, it is not that perhaps you will reap and perhaps you will not reap, but whatever happens, you will not reap. But in fact, of necessity, either you'll reap or you will not reap. Therefore, the perhaps has been destroyed, given that it has no place either in the opposition of reaping to not reaping, one of these occurring of necessity, or in what follows from either of the hypotheses. But the perhaps is what introduced the contingent. Therefore, the contingent is gone. Now, Gerhard Seele has offered probably the most comprehensive, informative reconstruction of this argument. He's convincingly shown that the Reaper argument was likely put forward in the ancient logical form of an aporia, just like the master argument, a set of inconsistent sentences that each appear to be self-evidently true, but together, if you work them out, they seem to be inconsistent. He argues that the original aporia either had 3 statements or 4. So either these are the 3 statements, and the 4th is the one that he speculates might have been there, but we're not quite sure because of our ancient sources. So the first statement, if you will reap, it's not the case that you may reap and you may not, but you will reap in any case. If you do not reap, it is not the case that you may reap and you may not, but that you will not reap in any case. And you necessarily either will reap or will not reap, and the possibilities you might have included in these aporetic statements or inconsistent statements, you may reap, but you may not, or it's possible that you'll reap and possible that you'll not reap. So Seele takes this argument to be a dialectical one, which gathers its persuasive force from the semantic intuitions of a competent speaker. So the idea is that in Greek, his use of the word perhaps, this particle taka, perhaps you will reap, and you will reap whatever happens, imply incompatible assertions for competent speakers. So somehow if I say, I'm going to reap whatever happens, but perhaps I'm not going to reap, seems to be a contradiction to a competent linguistic speaker of ancient Greek. If they were synonymous, he argues, let's say possibility and perhaps, and whatever happens and necessarily, if those concepts were synonymous, he said it would not be dialectically effective as an argument, and so that's why we have to interpret it in this dialectical way. So for Seele, these non-modal meanings of perhaps and whatever happens are essential to the Reaper argument, and they require distinct non-modal formalizations. So if you read his reconstruction, you have to have symbolisms for perhaps, you have to have symbolisms for possible, you have to have symbolisms for whatever happens, which he calls being decided. And he reconstruction on that base to get you to the modal argument, which is the conclusion. Suzanne Bobzine's work on the Reaper, on the other hand, connects it to an earlier logical deterministic tradition, which attempted to argue from the truth of future propositions to the necessity of the events they refer to. I mean, this should remind you of Aristotle's sea battle argument, because that's the tradition that's starting this. Now, unlike Seele, Bobzine does not emphasize any dialectically relevant semantic differences in the Reaper argument between perhaps it's the case that you will reap and it is contingent that you will reap. In her reconstruction, she takes the perhaps as just synonymous with it is contingent that. But she emphasizes Stephanus's version of the repo argument, wherein rather than being the perhaps that introduces contingency, it is the certainly or whatever happens that introduces necessity. So just an alternative version of the argument, which is fine because, like we said, we have 7 versions of the argument reported in the ancient tradition, so probably some of them worked by way of going from possibility to contingency and elimination of that. Others worked by way of necessity or whatever happens and trying to show the necessity of things. Okay. So there are some general problems in the reconstruction of this argument, though, in both Seale and Bobzien's case. But I'm going to ignore most of those and focus on what's common to what they agree upon about the argument, which is that they implicitly take the repo argument to have the same general form, which is to argue that necessarily f of p or f of not p. So f standing for it will be the case that p, and f in the other case, it will be the case that not p. The idea is it takes necessarily, in parentheses, it will be the case that p or it will be the case that not p, to imply necessarily that it will be the case that p or necessarily it will be the case that not p. Now, that inference is not going to be valid in S4 or S5 modal logic. You can't go from taking the necessity operator on the outside of a parentheses of a disjunction and then import it into the conjuncts. However, my interest is in determining whether or not that inference would be valid according to Diodorus and his modal logic, which thankfully we are in possession of. We know the axioms of his modal logic, or what we would call the axioms. So the medieval philosopher Boethius reports that for Diodorus, possible is that which either is or will be true, impossible, that which is false and will not be true, necessary, that which is true and will not be false, non-necessary, that which is either false already or will be false. Now, this is a really cool way of thinking about modality. If you're thinking realistically about possibilities in the world and time, and you ask yourself, is it possible that a chair falls down? Well, assume that it never does. Assume that it's not falling down now. There's a real question about what you mean by the chair being possible to fall down if it never does. And now assume you don't have access to possible worlds. Like, well, there's a possible world in which a chair falls down. Well, no, we're talking about one world with one causal history, because we're in the ancient context. How do you explain possibility? You're having to appeal to forces in the world, scientific laws, a single timeline. How can you make sense of possibility in this world? Well, Diodorus has his own answer, and it's going to end up being connected to necessity. Okay, so you place this on a modal square of opposition. For Diodorus, you have this nice modal square where necessity, if you go down on your subalternates, necessity implies possibility, impossibility implies non-necessity, and crossways you have contradictions. Right? So necessary, it is true and will not be false that p. Possibility, it is true or will be true that p. Impossibility, it is false and will not be true that p. And non-necessity, it is false or will be false that p. Now, you're going to see in a moment that this becomes complicated when you try to formalize this, because propositions have different tenses. So if you can have will be within your tense, you can have was in your tense, and this is actually a major problem for formalizing these positions in the ancient context with the tools of modern logic. So I'm going to do my best to use some of A.N. Pryor's work, which in fact he was inspired to do this by Diodorus's modal logic, and I'm going to adopt some of this as well, but you'll see that there are still going to be problems. Okay, so importantly, we've seen that the relationships between these definitions can be formulated as 4 axioms which contain the operators from the propositional calculus, along with, I'm just going to do one other operator, f, the future tense operator. It will be the case at some time in the future that. So you have these formally defined. It'll be very easy for all of you to understand these. Because propositions for Diodorus are temporalized from the perspective of an indexical now, P should be interpreted as it's now the case that P. So the idea is not, propositions aren't floating around in the world, they're more like statements that are spoken. So when you say P, the idea is that you're starting from the indexical position of a speaker who's saying P is now the case. Okay? So any operators added to P should also have that implicit indexical understanding of a speaker giving the proposition. Right? This is a later development in philosophy to think of propositions as abstract objects. Okay. So with those modal axioms in hand, and under the assumption that what's contingent is what's neither necessary nor impossible, which is a very common understanding of contingency in the ancient context, which is equivalent to what's non-necessary and possible, you can add a fifth axiom to define contingency using the symbol K, or I'm just going to use the symbol K, which is this. Now, the difficulty for showing that the Reaper argument relied upon Diodorus's modal theory as just defined is twofold. So Bob Zine argues that the assumption that you will reap on her reconstruction commits the author of the Reaper to the view that not reaping is an unrealized possibility. So if you will reap, yeah, you might necessarily reap, but there's this other possibility that you wouldn't reap that's still floating around in the background. And we've already seen that Diodorus doesn't think there can be such a thing. And the assumption that you will not reap commits the author to the unrealized possibility of reaping. Right? So whichever one you pick, the idea is that the other possibility remains floating there somewhere out in the world. And because Diodorus, to remind, defines contingency in terms of possibilities that are or will be realized, right? So anything that's possible, it's either the case now or it will be the case in some time in the future. She argues that the Reaper argument seems to operate with a non-Diodorian notion of contingency. And Gerhard Seele notes a related worry. In his reconstruction, a future event's being undecided, flagged by the term perhaps, is taken to be a necessary condition of its being contingent. And because of this, he agrees, according to the Reaper argument, quote, only that which is still open to realization is contingent. Now, to answer these objections to Diodorus being behind the Reaper argument, we need to take a short excursus on ancient propositions and changing truth values. And I hope this will be of interest because it's of great interest to me. From the time of Aristotle up through the Hellenistic philosophers, the analysis of propositions tended to focus on simple, undated propositions or on propositions that were indexical, like it is raining. Which featured time indexicals that work like dated propositions, like today or tomorrow. Right? If I say, today it's raining, right? That proposition doesn't have to refer to this exact date in terms of a timeless date. I can state it every day, and it can be true or false on that day. And another day it may be true, another day it may be false. Now, both undated and non-dated indexical propositions were understood as I've just suggested, being able to change their truth values. So you first find this view that propositions can change their truth value in Aristotle. So Aristotle claims that the undated proposition, Socrates is sitting, may change its truth value when Socrates stands or sits. Right? So it's like the proposition kind of is spoken and floats in the atmosphere and stays there for a bit. And I say, I'm standing up, but then when I squat, that proposition becomes false. The idea is that the propositions somehow change their truth value in reference to the way the objects are changing in the world. Now, Diodorus's modal logic also assumes that propositions may change their truth value over time. So for instance, here is Alexander of Aphrodisias' report of how Diodorus would understand the contingency of his own being in Corinth. He says, it's possible for me to be at Corinth if I am at Corinth, or if whatever happens, I'm going to be in Corinth, i.e. at some time in the future. But if I were never in Corinth, it would not be possible. And a child's becoming a grammarian is possible if, whatever happens, he becomes one. So Matthew Duncombe, following Nicholas Denyer, points out that this Diodorian modal scheme allows for undated future contingent events. That's to say, it's true, according to Diodorus, that you can have F and in parentheses, possibly P and possibly not P. That's because in his modal logic, F, parentheses, possibly P and possibly not P, is just equivalent to this nice little structure, F, P or FP, and not P or F not P. Duncombe rightly notes that this proposition, or that a proposition like it will be contingent that Alexander is in Corinth can easily be satisfied. For instance, it's going to be true if tomorrow Alexander will not be in Corinth, but he will be the day after. Or tomorrow Alexander will be in Corinth, but at some point after tomorrow he won't be at Corinth. And in fact, if he's in Corinth and he stays there forever, it's going to be a necessary proposition. So Diodorus's modal axioms allow that some undated propositions, including future propositions, are contingent, right? They can change their truth value if they don't have a date attached to them. The trouble begins when we note that the Reaper argument is concerned, or at least I'm going to argue that it's concerned, with dated propositions despite no dates being mentioned. Now, there are a few reasons to think that dated propositions, at least temporally indexed propositions, are implicitly assumed in the argument. In a practical context, when a farmer is asked, will you reap? This argument will, in most cases, imply that the question is about the singular event of reaping at the next harvest relative to this unrepeatable now, and not about other singular events. Okay, so I think I'll skip some of this, but the idea is, in order for the argument to make any sense at all, you have to think that there's a contextual determination going on where somebody's asking a farmer, are you going to reap or are you not going to reap? And the answer is going to assume he's talking about next year. He's not talking about next year and the year after and the year after and the year after. Okay. So where does this going to leave us? If you make the plausible assumption that Alexander, or that we're talking about dated propositions here, then it turns out Diodorus's modal logic implies, just like the Reaper argument, that dated propositions can't be contingent. So here's a little proof. If you try to test this proposition for Diodorian contingency, the proposition it will be the case tomorrow that Alexander is in Corinth, you get this really strange sort of conjunction which doesn't seem to make any sense at all. You can try to make sense of it, but it should not make sense. Okay, that doesn't occur if you test for Diodorian possibility, but, and I'll leave it to you to look on the handout to see why that's the case. All right, so let's now in a position to offer the reconstructed proof, according to me. If you take the phrase whatever happens to be synonymous with an uninterpreted modal necessity of Diodorus, then I think we can reconstruct the argument in this nice little way that will make it valid in Diodorus's formal logic. And that's when you have something, you have as necessary that something's going to be the case or not going to be the case at a specific time. You can infer that whichever one of those disjuncts is correct, that disjunct is going to be true at a future time, and it's not going to change its future truth value at any other time in the future because it's dated. So to say that I'm going to reap next year at a specific time, if that's true now, it's not going to change its truth in any time in the future. Right? It's always going to remain true. And if that's the case, it's automatically going to be equivalent to Diodorus's axiom of modal necessity. Okay. That's the axiom of modal necessity there. Right? And I think you can make a really intuitive argument for this being the case. Well, precisely on this reason, because if you mention a future truth and you think that it's not going to change its truth value, then it's going to turn out to be equivalent to Diodorus's conception of modal necessity. So if I'm right, the Reaper argument is meant to show that there can be no future contingent events that are dated. And if that's the case, then the Reaper argument is compatible with Diodorus's modal axioms and doesn't commit its author to unrealized possibilities. That's because if you will reap on a given date, according to the theory, it's possible and necessary that you're going to reap on that day, and impossible that you will not. And if you're not going to reap on that date, it's both possible and necessary that you'll not reap on that date, but impossible that you will. So whichever of the two contradictory future dated propositions is true, is going to be a possible event that's necessarily realized, and the other is going to be an impossible event that cannot be realized. And that's exactly what Diodorus wants us to think. And so I think that the Reaper argument is by Diodorus. So that's my conclusion.
Okay, so we have time for some.
I don't think it's on.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
So, if I understood, like the move is to restrict the propositions talked about to these dated ones that
Yes.
don't change their truth value over time.
Yes.
I'm worried that that makes the conclusion much less exciting.
Why?
Because, I mean, if those propositions don't change their truth value over time anyway, like it's not that exciting to find out that they had to have whatever value they're going to have.
I think the problem is that was two things that are exciting. One is it doesn't express dated proposition explicitly in the argument, so you have to figure it out. That's number one, and number two, it's not uncontroversial in the ancient context that a proposition can never change its value. So people are working out whether or not dated propositions have an unchanging truth value, which seems obvious to us. But that's precisely where the debate takes place. You could reject the idea that a future tense proposition can be dated. It's hard to actually fit that into these theories when they're working with propositions. Does it count as a proposition to add a date? So I think part of the excitement may be that people are unsure how to treat propositions and whether or not there can be propositions that don't change their truth value just because they're dated. It tended to be the case that necessary propositions were ones about what were considered eternal events, like the sun rising and setting. That's a necessary proposition. And then saying, well, I'm talking about whether or not it rains on February 22nd, 2020. That's a more complex idea in the ancient context, and it's not clear whether those count as propositions or not. And I think this is an innovation to suggest that these are propositions and that you get this necessitarianism. And then once you take away your date, you get contingency. So it's how closely you look at events, and far away events look contingent, but when you look at them really close up in a dated way, they turn out to be necessary. So that's kind of the innovation. He holds both a theory of contingency and a theory of necessity, depending on how you zoom in and out of the proposition.
Okay, so we don't have more time.
Yep, Tom.
We thank.
Thank you.
Muted the whole time. But at least the live stream was on. I feel bad. Yeah, sorry about that. Didn't realize we were muted.
This also?
Yeah. Just double checking you can hear us on Zoom, right? Maybe they all left to the...
No, there's just...
There is... Okay. Okay, that's good. Sorry about that. Okay, so now we are happy to have Neha Mishra, who will talk about from mythology to machine, integrating paraconsistent deontic logic into AI ethics.
Thank you.
I must admit this point is so intimidating. Before I start, thank you so much, Rashid, for organizing this beautiful conference. Am I audible? Thank you for the funding agency. Thank you to that agency because we are getting really good food. Thanks. So let's get started. This talk is sitting at the intersection of philosophy and AI ethics. So don't expect much logic, except a fancy title. From mythology to machine, integrating paraconsistent deontic logic into AI ethics. Let's start with the story. I have to point it here. Okay, perfect. A very beautiful picture from a sacred Indian mythological text, Srimad Bhagavad Gita. This is an episode from Bhagavad Gita at the battlefield of Kurukshetra. You can see two people here. The person who is sitting is the protagonist of the text, Arjuna, and the person who is standing is Krishna. So the context of this episode is, you can see two sets of army and in the background. So there are two sets of army, two sets of people. One is Kauravas and the other is Pandavas. Kauravas are the bad ones and the Pandavas are the good ones. Arjuna is fighting from Pandava's side. But he is actually not very much interested in the war. He sees his family members, elders, teachers, friends at the opposite end in the army. And he thinks that this is not morally right to fight with your family members, teachers, and elders. He is in a moral conflict situation. Now, Krishna gives his lessons and somehow convinces him. That's a different story. So there are two moral obligations which Arjuna has to follow. The first is, it is obligatory to kill the enemy. Why? Because they have taken the kingdom unjustly. There is a second obligation. It is obligatory to not kill the enemy because they are his elders, teachers, friends, family. So, whenever we talk about moral conflict or whenever we talk about normative propositions, standard system of deontic logic comes into the picture. SDL is often considered as the beginning whenever we talk about normative propositions. So if we try to formulate this, let O stands for it is obligatory that, and K stands for to kill the enemy. So there are two moral obligations. It is obligatory to kill the enemy. It is obligatory to not kill the enemy. That is OK and O not K. And I think this is the most notorious enemy of classical logic. In SDL, we have the existence of principle of exclusion. So if we have these sorts of contradictory propositions of type OA and O not A, it would lead to collapse of the system. And this causes deontic explosion. Because for any contradictory propositions, it follows that B is obligatory for anyone to be. Right? Let's consider a deontic logic based on paraconsistent logic. I'm taking LP, logic of paradox, and calling it DLP. DLP has all the connectives of LP, including logical operator, obligation operator, O. The rules of inference, A is the theorem, the deontic necessitation rule, and the modus ponens. We are not going into the syntax and semantics of DLP. Let's see the truth and falsehood conditions. A conjunction B is true if A and B both are true. A conjunction B is false if either A is false or B is false. Otherwise, it would be B means both true and false. I hope everybody knows about it. So, otherwise it's B. A disjunction B is true. Either A is true or B is true. A disjunction B is false if both are false. And otherwise it's B. The negation is also like the propositional logic. The only difference which is here is with the obligation operator. So it is obligatory that A is true if for all W prime A is true. And OA is false for some W prime if A is false. Otherwise it would be both true and false. Now let's consider Arjuna's case, OK and O not K, which causes to occur any random obligation Q in SDL. Let's consider that in DLP. Since DLP rejects the principle of exclusion, for Arjuna any random obligation would not deduce. So if we take obligatory K is B, if for all W prime, if K is B, K is both true and false. If obligatory not K is both true and false, if and only if for all W prime not K is B. So something is true in the ideal world that is obligatory in the real world. This is how it works, right? In SDL. So then OK and O not K would be B because OK is B at W prime and O not K can be B at W prime. And since B is a designated value in DLP, true and both true and false, both are designated values, we can conclude that since B is a designated value in DLP, the formula OK and O not K in DLP, it holds in DLP. It is true in DLP. It does not lead to triviality, and despite of collapsing the whole system, it admits contradictory obligations. Because deontic explosion does not arise, Arjuna need not to take any strange action. Arjuna's moral conflict can be easily modeled, operated, and demonstrated in this paraconsistent deontic logic. Now why DLP is crucial for ethical AI or in decision making, in AI decision making. When attempting to represent the structure of human reasoning, we must use formalisms that can take into the account the randomness of life. For such formalizations to be effective, they must be able to capture an agent's reasoning in both the absence and presence of conflicting information. So the point here is that not only we can comfortably work in the presence of conflicting information, but at the same time, we can also be able to represent the conflicting data into the database. Natural language is full of ambiguous predicates, or predicates whose application requirements allow for ambiguous situations. For instance, how much money one needs to make to be wealthy, how many hair one needs to lose to get bald. All borderline cases basically, so right just paradox. So vagueness is notable for causing problems for classical logic since it permits paradoxical inferences. I argue, using this logical framework, AI can reason through conflicts rather than discarding the entire decision process. It ensures AI remains functional even in morally ambiguous situations. take an example. If an autonomous vehicle's ethical rules include Rule 1, do not harm pedestrians. Rule 2, protect the passengers at any cost. If a situation arises where avoiding harm to pedestrians endangers passengers, traditional logic may either freeze no valid output or produce illogical outcomes. Whereas DLP allows both obligations to exist simultaneously, maintaining system stability. If avoiding pedestrians endangers passengers, AI based on DLP chooses the action that minimizes overall harm rather than freezing the system. This enables AI to make reasoned decisions rather than treating contradictions as errors. I don't have any results, this is just work in progress, so there are some concluding remarks or open-ended remarks. Paraconsistent logic allows for the integration of multiple conflicting moral obligations, ensuring that the AI does not discard any relevant moral consideration, but rather accounts for all possible consequences. AI that acknowledges moral complexity is seen as more ethical and fair. AI that reasons like humans is more predictable and explainable. By allowing AI to handle contradictions like humans do, its decision appear more natural, leading to greater trust and acceptance from humans. It enhances human-AI trust as AI decisions align more closely with human moral values. It is obligatory that It is obligatory to thank everybody.
Okay, so now we have time for some questions.
I have a question that starts from Arjuna and then goes to the AI automatic car case. Because in the case of Arjuna, it basically has the obligation, if we follow the LP, the ontic LP approach, he has the obligation of both killing the enemy and not killing him. And that's, I mean, there might not be such a bad action as killing an innocent child and so which you get if you had explosion, but still he has the obligation of doing something. I mean, we can set up the case so that there's no possible contradiction about killing. I see the same problem. If the car gets the instruction, or I both ought to run against the pedestrian and not run against the pedestrian, you say it doesn't freeze. Maybe in a technical sense it doesn't freeze, but what it's gonna do when it's trying to bring about this contradictory state of affairs, assuming again it's really not possible to both run against the pedestrian and not run against him. I'd like to hear something more to be assured that he's going to do something rational rather than something totally random in trying to perform this impossible task.
Thank you for the question. I knew this would come up.
Yeah.
And there is no straightforward answer for this. I'm going to disappoint you. Though I can say, so there are 2-3 things. The first is, it's not possible to convert all moral conflict situation in a workable algorithm. So you can't expect a straightforward answer, like what we humans do. At any case, something like that, like, any such situation, we have to take an action. It's not like we can't just stay like this, right? And we do something, whether it is harmful or less harmful or more harmful or something which we feel that is right? So in Arjuna's case also, Arjuna ultimately fought with the army, and this is how the Gita proceeds, and this is how Krishna convinces him that in this context, this is your duty to fight with the enemy because they are the enemies at the end of the day. So I also feel that conflicts or moral conflicts are very much context sensitive. So something is morally good and right in a particular context, but that is not morally right or wrong in a different context. So there are so many factors which play an important role, and we can't just say that how would AI work in this situation. We can still think that with the help of this approach, at least AI would be able to make some decision instead of decision paralysis, which in general
Nassim, do you want to share your slide?
Of course, yes.
Are we back?
You can see it, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Start or?
Camilla is going to introduce you in 1 second.
Should I start or wait a little bit?
Go ahead. I will introduce you first. So
Okay.
we are happy to have Nassim Aslan Tatar. I am 90% sure that I mispronounced it.
Yeah, you're fine.
Talking about solving tourist puzzle. Go ahead, you have 25 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. And it's real pleasure to be part of this great conference. I'm also sending many thanks to the organizers. I'm Nassim Aslan Tatar. You did a great job actually with the pronunciation. I'm today going to talk about tourist puzzle, a puzzle on justification of agnosticism. I did my PhD on agnosticism, so it has been a very problematic case for me since then, since 2022. So I took this as an advantage to talk on this puzzle and see if I'm able to solve this puzzle. Today, with my tentative proposal, I think that it is kind of solvable, but I also need your insights, of course. First, by way of introduction, I should say that agnosticism, according to my understanding, does not rely on the same epistemic foundations for justification as belief and disbelief do. As Turi highlights, this issue may even give rise to some puzzles concerning the role of evidence and justification in agnosticism. Therefore, my presentation should analyze the epistemic status of agnosticism by examining its relationship with evidence and justification, thereby clarifying the underlying structure of this philosophical problem Turi is presenting. Let's first start with the foundations of the problem. Turi argues that the following three popular views in epistemology are inconsistent together. The first one is doxastic triad. For any proposition P that a subject S considers, S has exactly three possible doxastic attitudes: belief, disbelief, or suspension of judgment. The second one is epistemic optimism. For any proposition P and any evidential set E available to a subject, E necessarily justifies at least one of the three doxastic attitudes towards P. And the last one is evidentialism. The epistemic justification of S's doxastic attitude toward P is determined solely by S's available. Turi's argument starts with the following case about justification and suspension of belief. A group of prominent mathematicians engages in an extensive discussion about whether a particular set of axioms entails P, where P represents A entails T. S, who has sufficient mathematical training but is not an expert, is tasked with recording their verdicts. As the mathematicians leave the venue, their advice divides into two groups of distinct possibilities. In MT1, the mathematicians' case 1, each mathematician states that suspending judgment is the appropriate course of action, and in 2, each mathematician states that suspending judgment is not the appropriate course of action. You have no other evidence regarding P other than what mathematicians has told you. In MT1, it seems clear that S should withhold judgment regarding P. By the way, I'm using withholding, refraining, or suspension of judgment in the same meaning here. The evidence neither supports belief nor does disbelief. Suspending judgment remains the only viable option. There is nothing puzzling about this conclusion. In MT2, however, it becomes unclear what S should do. S's evidence still does not support belief or disbelief, so neither belief nor disbelief is justified. Withholding judgment appears to be the remaining option. Yet, the mathematicians unanimously assert that withholding judgment is not the correct stance. If they had collectively stated that belief is not appropriate, it would follow that you should not believe. Similarly, if they had said that disbelief is not appropriate, you should not disbelieve. By this reasoning, if they unanimously claim that withholding judgment is not the right course of action, it seems you should not suspend judgment either. MT1 and MT2 taken together, as Turi argues, we have evidence against all three doxastic attitudes now, which violates epistemic optimism, and this creates a puzzle, according to Turi. Now, I agree with Turi on his conclusion regarding MT1, that one has to suspend judgment in such cases, because if P and not P is not justified, then suspension is justified on the condition that triad is true. However, I disagree with him about MT2, because MT2 is neither an evidence for nor an evidence against suspension of S for P in this case. This puzzle exactly stems from the presupposition that the justificatory and evidential conditions for belief, disbelief, and suspension are symmetrical. There is no evidence that supports suspension of judgment positively. The only evidence we have in the literature for suspension of judgment is privative kind. The evidence justifies suspending judgment on P in case it fails to support either P or not P. However, this explanation is not sufficient to show that Turi's puzzle is actually a puzzle, is not actually a puzzle. I have to demonstrate the justification of agnosticism does not rest on evidential proof for or against P, but on the agnostics' reflective recognition of their epistemic limitations and their suspension of judgment for epistemic reasons other than evidence. This distinction sets agnosticism apart from non-belief, indifference, or ignorance, and also belief and disbelief. Agnosticism then should be evaluated not by the evidential justification standards applied to P or not P, but by consistency of the agnostic's epistemic process. This process is shaped by rationality conditions that influence various aspects of suspending judgment. So this was the problem, and henceforth I will be talking on the tentative solution. Suspending or withholding judgment is a doxastic attitude. So I agree that triad view is correct. However, while suspending judgment can be epistemically justified based on one's privative evidence, this justification does not equate to inventing positive evidence in favor of suspension. Instead, it involves one's cognitive engagement with the evidence. Thus, if Turi's puzzle is accepted as valid, whereas has no doxastic attitude, neither belief, disbelief, nor suspension of judgment, then triad is not true. Yet, the triad must be true because if not, then at least one of the following two may be possible for S, which I call the real puzzle. To suspend judgment on all proposition one holds, or to suspend judgment exclusively on all of one's beliefs without holding any. While in RP1, S still holds at least one belief that she suspends judgment on all her propositions, except for the one for RP1. In RP2, S does not hold any beliefs, even the one she suspends judgment on. So this seems to be paradoxical, because it implies that S suspends judgment on her beliefs while not holding any beliefs at all. RP2 should not be the case, as it's not possible in terms of commitment to truth as well. If it was possible that one truly has no beliefs at all, as RP2 suggests, then one would lack any epistemic standpoint from which to assess the truth of proposition. So this is analytically problematic. And two, the act of suspending judgment presupposes that one is tracking truth. I'm excluding the interrogative attitudes here, meaning that some minimal epistemic commitment is already in play. If commitment to truth is an epistemic norm, then RP2 is impossible because the notion of suspending judgment implies an active stance towards epistemic norms, including truth. A person with no beliefs whatsoever would have no epistemic commitments at all, not even to the truth norm, making genuine suspension of judgment impossible. Thus, RP2 collapses into incoherence because epistemic necessity, grounded in a minimal commitment to truth here, is required for suspension of judgment to be meaningful in the first place. Thus, triad is proved true, and the inconsistency between triad and epistemic optimism, as Turi implies, is about how epistemic optimism is construed. Therefore, moving from what I have argued for credibility of agnosticism, I contend that epistemic optimism should be revised as follows. So I'm giving the Turi's epistemic optimism, and the above is mine. For any proposition P and any evidential set E available to a subject, E necessarily justifies at least one of the three doxastic attitudes towards P, or if it does not justify belief or disbelief, then suspension for P is justified if and only if S suspend judgment for epistemic reasons only. Here I'm only taking this as a non-permissivist account against Turi cases only. Since robust epistemic optimism holds that any evidential set E necessarily justifies some doxastic attitude, epistemic reasons must function as a constraint, ensuring that suspension is not arbitrary but guided by epistemic norms. This implies that suspension must be motivated by a rational assessment of evidence, such as insufficiency of evidence for belief or disbelief or conflicting evidence, both for and against P. If the triad is correct, then epistemic optimism in its robust form that I'm proposing does not create a contradiction with the triad, then it is only necessary to demonstrate what constitutes evidence or the basis for justification for agnosticism to show that Turi's puzzle is not solvable. I argue that agnosticism is justified not by privative or positive evidence per se, but rather through its relational engagement with evidence. I mean, agnostic subjects' relational engagement with evidence, which brings us to two conditions as epistemic reasons for rational suspension of judgment. One is cognitive awareness, and the second one is belief condition. Actually, I have a broader picture here because I am now working on an article which I call Philosophical Agnosticism, and in that I am proposing more than two truth conditions for agnosticism. I'm proposing 6, but I think 2 is sufficient here to show that a Turi's puzzle is not solvable. So according to cognitive awareness, suspension of judgment can only be rational if and only if it excludes the possibility of S being agnostic about a given P when S has not developed cognitive awareness of P. Agnosticism is a deliberate action guided by awareness and active cognitive choice made possible through a conscious mental process. Such awareness is necessary to demonstrate that one lacks sufficient evidence to be an agnostic. Agnosticism involves suspending judgment on a P which presupposes one's capacity to evaluate the available evidence and, based on that evaluation, consciously choose to suspend judgment. Therefore, agnosticism is a more refined and intellectually demanding, cognitively sophisticated stance compared to belief and disbelief. In contrast, forming a basic belief doesn't require such cognitive awareness or self-reflection. One simply can believe without questioning their belief in the evidence. Consider an infant who lacks any understanding of the concept of God's existence. This is P. The infant, having no cognitive capacity to form beliefs on such complex issues, is not in any belief state. However, this state cannot be described as agnosticism, but rather as non-belief for P. So the infant is not in any epistemic relation to this question, it's simply lacking awareness. Yet a scientist who has reviewed the scientific evidence and probabilities related to the question, is there other intelligent forms of life in the universe, but refrains from forming a conclusive belief due to the insufficient evidence, demonstrates an agnostic stance. On the other hand, if this same scientist has not researched, evaluated, or developed any cognitive awareness regarding the question, what text system was used during Ramses's era in ancient Egypt, she remains completely indifferent to it. Thus, agnosticism involves awareness of a proposition and the conscious suspension of judgment due to insufficient evidence. For awareness to be functioning properly, one more condition is required. Accordingly, S must believe that she is justified in being agnostic. According to belief condition, suspension of judgment is irrational if and only if it requires accepting that it is impossible for one to suspend all of their beliefs and necessitates a second-order belief about one's own suspension. This condition should be interpreted as follows. For S who suspend judgment, it is impossible for S to suspend judgment on all of her beliefs, if she wants to be rational, of course. Pragmatically, this is possible, but philosophically, I don't think so. S holds at least one belief, and this belief pertains to the correctness of her stance toward the proposition P, or to the fact that judgment on this belief is not suspended. This reflects a belief about one's epistemic state. One can come to this position by simply evaluating the evidence for belief for P and disbelief for P, and reaching the conclusion that evidence is ambiguous in short or vague in showing that P or not P is justified, and this is a justification for suspending on P. Referring back to MT2 of Turi, S as an agnostic can independently here interpret the mathematician's stance as indicative of ambiguity. Through the belief that she is justified in being agnostic, a vicious circle of suspension is prevented such that although the possibility of suspension for P and two times suspension for P and suspension for P is possible, but not 3 or 4 times suspension is not, rationally possible. So this is prevented with my approach. Suspension of because I think this is both ethical in terms of ethical commitment, it is false, and also in terms of commitment to truth, it's also false. So only 2 times suspension, 1 time higher order suspension should be allowed. Suspension of judgment necessarily involves thoughts about one's own epistemic perspective on whether or not P, namely that one's epistemic perspective falls short of establishing whether P, and thus that one does know whether P. Suspension of judgment is closely tied to one's awareness of their own epistemic limitations, that is, the recognition that one's reasons are insufficient to determine the truth of P. So in MT2 cases like Turi's, they do not need to be told that they do not own evidence other than a certain X, so they could come by their awareness, they could come to the conclusion that their evidence is not enough to form belief or disbelief about suspension of judgment. The third point, which Turing believes leads to an acute contradiction when examined in conjunction with the triad-driven epistemic optimism, is even a Jamesian restricted evidentialism, let alone evidentialism. In restricted evidentialism, he means in cases where there is some evidence relevant to whether P is true, if the evidence doesn't clearly decide the question and there is little prospect of acquiring further evidence, that would decide the question, and the choice between P and not P is important for how you are going to live your life, then non-evidential considerations can affect the epistemic propriety of a doxastic attitude. Restricted evidentialism asserts that in cases that do not fall within a Jamesian framework, the justification of a doxastic attitude depends entirely on the subject's available evidence. From our discussion, it follows that agnosticism relationship to evidence and justification is distinct from that of belief and disbelief when combined with robust epistemic optimism, which holds that every evidential set E necessarily supports some doxastic stance, including suspension of judgment. This suggests that agnosticism requires epistemic justification and cannot simply be assumed as a default stance in the absence of belief or disbelief, because some are assuming that agnosticism is just the default when belief or disbelief is not justified, and I'm also against that. Agnosticism is based solely on epistemic reasons, and since pragmatic considerations cannot be classified as agnosticism within our framework, even evidentialism itself, let alone restricted evidentialism, does not affect our conclusion. Because by the very nature of this attitude, evidentialism is not applicable to suspension, as it has no positive evidence for itself, but rather reasons that depend on broader theism-atheism debate, namely the awareness of the subject of evidence and the belief that agnosticism is justified. Thus, I suggest that evidentialism for MT2 should be revised as follows, because Turi's case is a very unique case. And I call this evidential respectivism. The epistemic justification of S's doxastic attitude toward P is determined either by S's available evidence or by S's awareness and belief that they are justified in being agnostic, given the lack of conclusive evidence for either belief or disbelief that they find out by that very awareness. In conclusion, contrary to Turi's claim, I argue that if suspension of judgment is understood in a philosophical sense, but not in a pragmatical one, and when the triad epistemic optimism and evidentialism and the relationship of these three are examined within a rational framework, as I have presented in robust epistemic optimism and evidential perspectivism, I don't think there is a genuine puzzle to be resolved. Thank you so much for your attentions.
So we have some time for questions.
Yes.
Could you please come?
Sorry.
We are bringing the.
Yeah.
Hi. So I think that I can see. Okay. So I think that given that the way you state the problem, I think that the right solution is either to accept the proposition or reject it, because the suspension of judgment is excluded, and the evidence either force acceptance or rejection of proposition B. So you need to choose one. That's the right choice. In order to exclude this, you need to add, I guess, some fourth principle saying that something, I don't know what, but excluding this possibility of an evidence either saying as much as rejection as acceptance.
So actually, I am using this awareness and awareness condition and belief that condition as the fourth option actually for agnosticism, because when we look at the Turi case, Turi just gives the agnostic the option to accept that they have no option. But agnosticism, I mean, when we try to justify agnosticism, we see that commitment to truth is or does not work like it works in belief or disbelief. I do not have any positive evidence for agnosticism. I've been studying this agnosticism like 10 years now. There is one article on the positive cases of agnosticism presented by Alexandra Zinke, and she says that vagueness or ambiguity is the vagueness is a positive evidence for agnosticism, and the second thing she is presenting is that chance, the credences are also evidences of agnosticism. But I am highly criticizing this, because if we take vagueness or credences as positive evidences for agnosticism, then we are leading to more puzzles than Turi's puzzle, because with vagueness taken as the positive evidence for agnosticism, in some cases it becomes impossible for us to decide on some cases, even if it really takes us to decide on them. So I do not think Turi's puzzle is true, because agnostics has this fourth way, which is instead of having evidences, having reasons to believe that agnosticism is true. But this is only philosophically justified agnosticism, not pragmatically. I'm not taking like a layperson's, in quotes, agnosticism as a problem here. Everybody can be agnostic, not depending on this kind of a very cognitively sophisticated requirements, but I'm taking this as a philosophical requirement as a condition for rationality for agnosticism. Thank you for the question.
Anyone else? Yes, can you please?
Hello?
Hi.
I wanted to ask you, there might be a quick route to the negation of epistemic optimism. If one accepts the principle that one is justified to suspend judgment only if one is justified to think that one doesn't have a justification either for the positive view or for the negative view about the matter. If you have that principle, then just take any case where the subject is effectively not justified to take a positive view, but on his evidence is actually very likely that it's justified. It's just, as a matter of fact, it's not justified. But only, yes, but strong misleading evidence that is justified. So it's not justified to think that it's not justified. In fact, it might be justified to think that it's justified, whereas in fact, at the first level, is not justified.
Yeah, that's a very good
example is not justified to believe, but it's also not justified to believe that it's not justified. So if you accept the first principle I mentioned, it wouldn't be justified to suspend judgment.
Yes, but this is also a very unique case. Like, so in suspension of judgment, I'm requiring a conscious action as the suspending subject should be conscious of their action. But I don't think this, and I'm not sure whether this answers your question, because they have to, go behind all their mechanisms of deciding whether they are justified in agnosticism. But I'm not sure whether they are also taking, justified, or two times being justified in justified, right? So this even would make agnosticism more cognitively sophisticated than I am presenting. So if this is an criticism against Turi, I would say yes. But if against me, I would say mine is the robust epistemic optimism here is more useful because I am answering Turi's case. And I'm also taking these three musketeers, as I've called them, doxastic triad, epistemic optimism and evidentialism, as the famous and must be taken into account. So I'm not sure that we should just reject epistemic optimism. I'm trying to make that even stronger. If I get your question correct, though. Okay, thank you so much.
So we run out of time, so we thank Nassim again.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Okay, thank you.
Sharif, if you want to try sharing your screen, if you have slides.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, I think it's early.
Very good. Could you check if it goes full screen?
Yeah, no.
Perfect. Great. So for the last talk of the day, we are happy to have Serif Salem, who will talk about against the logicians Ibn Taymiyyah's rejection of the Aristotelian theory of definition. All yours.
Hi everyone, thank you Rashid for inviting me. Yeah, sorry I couldn't make it to Kuwait. Yeah, I'm stuck in Vancouver right now. Actually, so late. So if I start like speaking gibberish, I mean, it's like 5 a.m. here. And I tried to sleep, like I tried to get a nap like at 10 or something, but I couldn't. Yeah, I had like this thought, like probably if I sleep now, I will not wake up. So I just like decided, yeah, I'll stay up and that's it, yeah. Yeah, so anyway, if I just like I'm apologizing ahead if I don't make sense sometimes. Yeah, so today I'm talking about this paper. I mean, still like in progress, so I'm still like thinking about it. Yeah, back and forth. I didn't work on it for some time, but yeah, any comment would be useful in general. So it's on basically Ibn Taymiyyah's rejection of Aristotelian theory of definition. Yeah, that's basically the general outline. I'll be speaking a bit about Aristotelian theory of definition, just like very briefly, just to set up the discussion. Maybe some quick discussion on the reception of it in Islamic philosophy in general, Arabic philosophy. And then I'll move to Ibn Taymiyyah, who is a specific figure, and then I'll briefly mention some of his positive theory on the issue. Yeah, so I just have a quick question. Rashid, how much time do I have in general? Is it 20 minutes?
25 minutes together with...
25? Okay, okay, yeah. Okay, I'll try to be quick. So generally, like, the notion of definition is quite important in Aristotelian method in general, and philosophizing about so many things, not just in logic, because somehow definition is the prototype of generating scientific inquiry in general by revealing the real properties of X. So we have few ways that Aristotle is trying to define a definition. That's in the topics. He says like a correct definition must be defined, I think, through like its genus and differentia. So this is one way, the separation between the genus and the differentia. Another way in the Husterian analytics, he says, well, it reveals kind of the essential nature of the definiendum, and to know the essential nature, it is, as we said, the same as to know the cause of the thing's existence. And the proof of this depends on the fact that a thing must have a cause. For sure, this is, he talks about the formal cause. So the second one more about like referring the essence of things. In the metaphysics, he kinds of combined both approach, or at least like refers to a dual function of a definition. Like one thing is to classify things through the genus and differentia form. The other one is through to explain things, maybe through revealing the essence, which can be thought about as the formal cause of things. Yeah, that's basically like a very quick take on Aristotle. I mean, there are some debates on some of the interpretations here, but this is at least like a bare minimum, maybe understanding. Yeah, so now I want to maybe mention quickly like how, I mean, historically, as you know, like Aristotle was translated to Syriac and then to, and then to Arabic later. Yeah, and then generally, like, there were two camps, not just like in theory of definition, but maybe three camps, like in the whole like Aristotelian corpus in general. But like if you focus specifically on his theory of definition and logic in general, there are two general positions. The first one, we had some group endorsing it, although like I would say like through a critical eye, it's not like they accepted everything in the Aristotelian corpus, but maybe refining some aspects or some parts, but generally like accepting the framework in general, like Farabi and Avicenna. Avicenna for sure like was very innovative, so he took like the basics and then he developed so many things. But generally, like I'd say you could classify Avicenna and Farabi as part of this camp. But also on the other way, you have like other people who tried to reject the theory for multiple reasons that will be discussed. Like Ibn Taymiyyah is one of them. Is in 14th century, and you have like other figures like Ibn Hazm was also a jurist. Ibn Taymiyyah actually was not like a wholehearted philosopher, let's say like Ibn Sina or Farabi. He was more of not even like a theologian. He's more of a legal jurist. But he wrote like in so many things, like in philosophical theology, in political theology, in a bit of philosophy, stuff like that. But he's not like a full philosopher. But although like he read everything, he was basically a polymath. He read everything, so he had like very good knowledge of philosophy in general. Yeah, so I'll just focus on Ibn Taymiyyah in general. Like he wrote one problem with dealing with Ibn Taymiyyah, I mean, for people like who know like the tradition, is a kind of controversial figure in general, because like he was like always on the left of everyone in the canon in general. But he's very also sporadic. He writes like his ideas like dispersed over like so many. You have to spend some time to know exactly what he's doing. But he wrote this book, interestingly, like the responding to those logicians. And by logicians, he means basically 2-3 people. He means like Avicenna and someone else called Ar-Razi, probably, yeah. And this book is like 400 pages or something. Maybe the 1/3 of it is this criticizing the theory of definition specifically, and the rest is criticizing Aristotelian syllogism or syllogistic theory. His basic idea, generally, that logic is not a neutral organon or neutral machine as presented by the logicians. No, actually, it is very metaphysically loaded. And in order to accept Aristotelian logic in general, and again, when I refer to Aristotelian logic, I don't mean just Aristotle, but I mean the whole tradition. And this is what he means. The commentators and the way it developed. Because later on, we see like that Ibn Taymiyyah actually responding to Aristotle is not really responding to Aristotle himself, but responding to the tradition in general, which might not be exactly the stuff that Aristotle mentioned, but just like some developments that were added later. Yeah, so you're not really taking the logic as a neutral machine, but basically it is very metaphysically loaded. And he says, well, if you have to accept the logic, you have to accept the metaphysics. But then I have very good reasons to reject the metaphysics, and therefore I have also very good reasons to reject some of these logical stuff. Okay, and this is actually a general tradition you find in Semitic philosophy, that they use dialectical methods to deconstruct some of the Aristotelian traditions. They don't like demonstrative approaches in general sometimes, so they just like find some arguments to deconstruct like how the narrative is going through these things. So he says, well, Aristotle's logic is based on some unchanging metaphysical principles, which actually cannot be practical for dealing with real changing issues. But he acknowledges it can maybe deal with some things which are stable in nature, like mathematics. Yeah, so as we said, like basically his criticism is into the theory of definitions and syllogism. Generally, yeah, so, and rejecting the theory of definition is also like a kind of a gateway to reject syllogistic reasoning, because like in this epistemic system, if the mind is forming new concepts through definitions, and you can move from known concepts to unknown concepts through, let's say, syllogistic reasoning, then basically, if you reject the definition, then you can destroy the whole mechanism. Yeah. Okay, so what are the general things that he presents? His criticisms are divided into two general categories. The first one, he raises like a variety of semantic, epistemic points, some pragmatic points sometimes, against the theory of definition, and then he moves to another thing which he criticizes two important distinctions in Aristotelian metaphysics, again, but Aristotelian I mean the whole tradition, between essential and accidental attributes and between quiddity and its existence. Okay, I'll go through the first one. So actually it presents around 11 arguments. They're long and it takes a lot of time, so I'll not cover all of them. I cover some of them in the paper. I'll cover here just 4 or something. Yeah, so the first one is the regress argument. And he says, well, if a definiendum's quiddity can only be understood through a definition, this leads to an infinite regress, or tesalsul, as each definition would require further definition and endlessly. Okay, just a quick thing about the notation. What quiddity usually is used in the tradition as a more general notion than essence, because essence requires existence, but quiddity does not require existence, as we'll see later, specifically with Avicenna. So quiddity is basically the answer to the question, what is a thing? Essence is more of referring to the genus and differential of a thing. But the main talk would be about quiddities in general. So he says, well, if a definiendum quiddity can only be understood through a definition, this leads to an infinite regress, because for each definition would require further definitions. Okay, so, and then he says, well, maybe Aristotle or someone else might suggest, well, actually Aristotle says that you can have some simple terms which are non-definable somehow, so you can stop the regress. And then he says, well, but this means that you can have a term which is non-definable that you can cognize without a definition, which goes against the doctrine of that everything needs a definition. And this is enough for me. So if you want to block the regress by having non-definable terms, then basically this is what I want, that you can have something which you cannot define. And then he says, well, there is something also I can talk about epistemic period disagreement, which is kind of also an epistemic argument. And in this argument he says, well, until now, he just surveys different sciences at the time, let's say, not just logic, but grammar, language, what the linguists are doing. And they say, well, until now, it is not known to anyone. I'm just abusing a lot of quotations because I thought it would be better to read these quotations instead of me trying to summarize what he says. It is not known that anyone has established a sound definition according with their own principles. Indeed, among the most well-known examples, like defining a man, like a rational animal, which is subject to the famous objections. And then when the grammarians wanted to define something like a noun, you have around so many objections based on their own principles. And then if any conception can only be known through a definition, then basically we will not have knowledge, which is not the case. So I'm not saying, one interpretation of this argument is not you can think of it as a skeptical argument in the sense that, well, if there is epistemic period disagreement, then there is no definition in some sense. Another one is that it's not really a skeptical in this sense, but basically if epistemic peers can always disagree about definition and we can still form some kind of knowledge, or we can exchange information about something, then this means that we don't need definitions. And I take the second interpretation to be maybe the one that he and Ibn Taymiyyah meant, that you can still exchange things without having proper definitions. Argument from sense perception, he says, well, faculties, and in both cases, you can't have a conception of something like red without having a proper definition of red. You can still understand it, use it, exchange it, talk about it, refer to it. And also you can have an understanding of concepts like hunger, or I don't know, things which you can only attribute to internal faculties without really having a proper definition. Again, he's not trying to argue for empiricism here. He's not an empiricist, but he's saying that you can't form concepts through sense perception without requiring a definition. Yeah, from epistemic relativism. It may be said, they themselves acknowledge that some conceptions, they means like the philosophers, that some conceptions are self-evident and therefore require no definition. In that case, one should reply determining whether a given piece of knowledge is self-evident or theoretical falls under relative. It says, well, what is relative for a philosopher might be not relative for a non-philosopher, or what is relative for a grammarian on the definition of noun might not be self-evident for someone else. Who gets the authority to define what's self-evident or not? He says, well, if you survey different sciences, again, one term is self-evident in one domain of knowledge, but in another domain is not. One is theoretical, the other one is kind of non-theoretical, or conjectural, or certain. So, again, epistemic relativism here, just like he says, well, if you cannot decide, then you cannot decide what's self-evident. If you cannot decide what's self-evident, then you cannot stop the regress. So basically, you can't have a proper understanding of a definition. Yeah, the last one I think for here is the epistemic redundancy. He says, well, and that's my summary of it. For any definiens X, it is the case that the hearer either knows its definiendum or she does not know. If it is the former case, then X is epistemically redundant, as it does not add to her knowledge. So this is like a Meno's argument, basically. It's a Meno-esque argument of it, yeah. Yet if it is the latter case, then there is no way to check whether X can generate knowledge, because basically this is just a declarative proposition. It's human is a rational man. In order to double check this, he needs supportive evidence in itself. But since the definer is basically a fallible being, then X can be potentially wrong. And as a result, defining without another evidence, supporting evidence, does not contribute to knowledge. So basically, in this case, a definition is epistemically redundant, because you either have an understanding of the concept, and in this case, you don't need the definition, or you don't, and if you don't, then the definition will not generate knowledge, because basically it has to rely on a supporting evidence. It can be any kind of evidence, because a definition itself is just like a declarative proposition, which can be right or wrong. So again, he continues with other pragmatic arguments and other things. So just like totally like 11, and it's kind of extended because he goes back and forth. He raises some objection but responds to them, and then he moves on to devoting a big part on criticizing the metaphysical aspects. The first one is the distinction between essence or essential and accidental properties. Well, he says, well, in order to declare a specific property as essential, it depends really on the intellectual estimation of the subject, and does not really represent anything in the object itself. Why? Okay, because if it is an essential property of a quality, then it has to be complete, which means it has to be stable in the experimental object in the outside world. But then, and then it would not be possible to conceive of it without its essential property. But then he says, well, that this is not the case. Actually, you can conceive some objects, or actually many objects, without some of their essential properties, and therefore you will not have a complete concept. Because a complete definition in the tradition would be like a definition which sets or resets all of the, reveals all of the essential properties. You cannot skip anything. Okay, so he says, well, it is possible for something like the 4 or 3 to occurs to one's mind such that one understands it without entertaining whether it is a number, whether this is a number which is even or odd. Yes, likewise, it is possible for a man to occur to someone's mind without his ever reflecting on the fact that this man is rational or animal. So this is again similar to one of the previous criticisms, but he's basically saying again you can conceive a definiendum in a sense without conceiving all of its essential property, but this means this is contingent on your cognitive abilities. But if it depends on your cognitive abilities, then this means that the essential property does not really reside in the outside world. It's just like a mental category somehow. And therefore, the proposed distinction is merely just like arbitrary in some sense, because sometimes you can conceive it, sometimes you cannot, or different people conceive different essential properties. But claiming that one quality is extraneous to the essence while the other is kind of internal to it, therefore is completely arbitrary. This is what he says. Okay, so why many philosophers then think that, let's say, if you take like a human or a man is a rational animal, is basically being rational is essential property of being human. Why? Here is this question. And he says, well, it's all about training. He believes that it just has to do with custom and convention. In some sense, philosophers get trained to think in a specific way without questioning this tradition. Yeah, he just like says, well, if you talk to people like in whichever tradition, in whichever science, or whichever like field of knowledge, they're just trained to think in a specific way. That's why after some point they just like think about specific entities or specific properties as being essential, and others as being specifically accidental. But he says, well, but this is not actually correct for the reasons I just gave. That he can conceive of some of the concepts without really conceiving all of their essential properties according to the proposed definition. Yeah, so it's all matter of custom and convention, or wada, as he mentions. Okay, so such a distinction is just like the creation of like whoever is postulating the definition, and it's kind of relative. And then he also mentions the points of intentionality. It depends on your intention or during the discourse, why you're trying to conceive this definition, or what is like the rhetoric that you're trying to conceive, what kind of tools, and the language too. What kind of language use? He mentions also things about the languages. Let's say humans can be rational animals or laughing animals, depending on what kind of intention you want to speak about, or what kind of thing you want to reveal. Yeah, so actually, Ibn Taymiyyah's book got abridged by another scholar during his time. It's called Al-Suyuti, and yeah, because the text was like very long, and he abridged it. And actually, the abridged version was translated by Wa'il Halak in 1993. And actually, Halak gives an interesting example about like the essential accidental properties, like basically related to the whole idea of language. And he says, well, take the word dates. And he says, well, dates in English language refers to a specific thing and does not take ripeness, whether a date is ripe or not, into the baggage of its essential attributes, right? So the particular stage of maturity is not part of it. But he says, well, if you move to Arabic, you can have like three levels, like busar or bisar in some dialects, which is unripe dates. And when it becomes a bit more ripe, it's called rutab, which is another term, and then it becomes like fully ripe, the final stage of maturity is called tamr. Okay, so in this case, the essence is changing according to the quality of ripeness in Arabic, but that's not in English. But well, if the definiendum is really experimental, then it should not change according to the language. It just should be outside in the world. And he says, well, this is not the case. So then it has an intentional aspect and maybe a linguistic aspect too, which is picking things which has a function in the social sphere. Yeah, so for instance, I'll say dates were very important for like Arabs in general. It's part of the trade. So actually maturity is very important because they have 3 different levels of maturity, and the price of the date will depend on the maturity level. It's like basically 3 different goods, right? Maybe this wasn't the case, I don't know, in other places where dates were not very important or part of the culture. Yeah, so in this case, an essential attribute like maturity becomes part of the definition in some languages, but becomes accidental in other languages. Ibn Taymiyyah does not mention this example, but he mentioned other similar examples. But this one I thought like it would be easier to understand because he mentioned other more specific things. Okay, sorry, a quick check of how much time is left.
We are running out of time actually, so if you can slowly wrap it up.
Oh, okay, so I'm almost out of time. Okay, so I'll just like try to explain this very quickly. Okay, this is actually a very complicated part because he denies the second metaphysical distinction, which is, again, this is not really Aristotle, this is Avicenna. Avicenna famously distinguished between quiddity and existence. He said, well, quiddity does not have to have extra mental existence, and actually does not have also to have mental existence. Basically, he said quiddity does not exist in the mind and does not exist in the world. It's somewhere in between. Why? This is a different question, and actually this is a lot of debate in Avicenna studies, how to interpret this, and there are many other passages in Avicenna where he gives a bit other things, but Ibn Taymiyyah basically understands Avicenna that he says quiddity exists outside of the mind or can be instantiated, and he rejects this because he argued before that basically quiddities can only exist as a mental property. Yeah, and he says, well, the root of their, again, philosophers here, you mean Avicenna, is that they think that a thing prior to its actual existence can be known, willed, etc., and he rejects this. Yeah, I hope like to explain this a bit more, maybe later on in the Q&A, but yeah, this is a very fundamental thing that basically he rejects the distinction. He says, well, existence exists, and existence is a property of the mind, and then can only refers to quiddities which are outside of the mind. And then he moves on later to provide like a kind of a nominous theory of definition, which is operating at the linguistic level. While he says, well, a theory can only, the role of a theory of a definition is not really to reveal the essences or to reveal the quiddities or genus or differential. No, it's just to signify things or to differentiate things at the linguistic level. Why? For purely pragmatic reasons. Yeah, it's just like a kind of a referential marker for the nominator. So you can think of it like he transformed it from a theory of a definition to a metaphysical theory of definition to a theory of naming, basically. You don't need to speculate about metaphysical objects. He says, well, merely uttering a name does not necessarily convey an image of its referring to someone who has not already conceptualized it. Rather, the name just serves as a referential marker for the nominator.
Sorry, Sharif, but I'll have to cut you off at this point.
Okay. Can I just like, okay, one final thing, just the final slide?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, just to sum up, basically like this, like the whole project was basically just to try to give a kind of a metaphysically thin theory of definition, which will make the whole like theory of definition in general like much more flexible and can like develop quicker. Maybe to cope with, I don't know, scientific knowledge, because he thought like logic is very like rigid, like in the way that is presented in Aristotle, in the Aristotelian sense. And also like he had like a more like general project of criticizing like using Aristotelian logic in general in theology and other things, but this is like, yeah, another story. Okay, thank you so much and sorry for keeping you. yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, so we'll have one quick question. Yes.
Hi, thanks very much for that. So my question is do you think some of these criticisms, or how strong do you think these criticisms actually are? Some of them struck me as quite weak. For instance, you either know something or you don't. I mean, the posterior analytics opens with that very question of Meta's paradox, and he solves it by saying we partially know things. And he gives an epistemology of how you acquire basic concepts through experience and induction. And so how strong do you think these criticisms are taken as a whole? Some of them seem good to me, some of them seem really weak.
Yeah, you're right, yeah. Yeah, they're very like in strength, I agree. I think that the stronger ones are the last two ones in general, because as you said, like the whole idea of maybe the first, like the regress and stuff like that, actually these were answered by like later on in the tradition, like people like solved these problems. Yeah, Aristotle had already some answers, but then they got developed much more later on. So yeah, that's the second. I think the last two, like the one on the essential accidental attributes and the quality and existence, I think these are the strongest because like he elaborates a lot on them. And also his positive theory is quite interesting too. I think it's kind of yeah, I mean people like at this time were like kind of metaphysically obsessed, like yeah, just to move things to linguistic level, this was kind of new a bit. Yeah, again, actually we don't have good evidence actually that he read the sophists or like the skeptics. So actually it's quite original in so many aspects because actually these people were not translated. They were translated somehow through some of Plato's and Aristotelian, like maybe the work, but not directly. Yeah, so actually, yeah, so these like, yeah, were quite original sometime, yeah. But I agree with you, I mean, like not all of them are very sophisticated, yeah.
Okay, so we thank Serif again.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharif.
Thank you.
So we're gonna head to Kuwait Towers to have dinner there. Yeah, I'll discuss it shortly. But we'll meet again tomorrow if you're not joining us for dinner. And I got you.